Grammar Howard. Lane 5, St Patrick's College Charles. Lane 6, St Patrick's College Torpy. Lane 7, Wendouree Ballarat. 5 minutes to start.
One of our sponsors today is Optus Screens, and they have right near the finishing line on the South Isthmus a large screen there showing the live streaming of the regatta today. And the third race is coming down.
As you're all present, we'll proceed with the start unless there's any objection. Thank you. Lane 6, 5, 6 and 7 come down.
That's the first heat of the C-grade single scull, sponsored by Go Steve.
Lane 2.
And the Footscray City Sculler.
Easy
Gabriel
lane 2.
Tozer, coached by Peter McSweeney out there on the Maribyrnong River. Cross the line first. First two to the final, and second place will be Essendon Brandon Kennedy,
4, 5, 6, 7.
just ahead of
Easy 3.
Essendon Tyler Fitzpatrick. Then
Check it there,
followed
3.
Ballarat Grammar,
Easy 6, easy 5, easy 7.
Charlie Army, and in fifth
Lane
place
7
Hugh
come up
Myers
half a
from
length.
Ballarat Grammar,
Easy 7.
followed by St Patrick's
Light
College,
touch 7.
Eddie
Light
Decker,
touch 6. Easy.
and Hugh Myers from Ballarat. Said Grammar will bring up the rear in sixth place. And the second heat coming down now of the C-grade single scull. Big entry in this event today with 3 heats to be decided first and second only through to the final. And the umpire's boat here is almost going to be crashed into by the young guy from Ballarat Grammar, who will finish in second place, Harry Toll. In first place was Yarra Yarra on lane 6. Third was lane 4, which is Ballarat Grammar, Oscar Stone. Fifth was lane 5, Hamilton Rowing Club, Alan Clarence. Fifth will be the Corio Bay Sculler from Geelong, Ned Joyce, coached by Ian Briglin. And sixth will be Ballarat Grammar, Max McGee, coached by Stuart Parry. As I saw it, 5, 6, 3, 4, 1, 2 down the page. Just the first two, that's Tony Siratik from Yarra Yarra and Ballarat Grammar Harry Toll through to the final. Event sponsored by Go Steve.
Race 6, Men's 8 Division C, final. Lane 3, Ballarat High. Lane 4, Wendouree Ballarat. Lane 5, Richmond.
Our regatta again today is under the guidance of the President of the Jury, Bill Webster. Our aligner at the start is Shane Wood for the morning session. Our umpires are Brooke Parsons, Bruce McGuinness, Ross Litchfield, Rod Florence, Deb Spring. Our marshal is David Gribbett, and our chief judge Paul Dickerson, assisted by 2 level 1s, and head of control Stephen Spring, with 2 assistants there. So we do thank the officials of Rowing Victoria and the level 1 people who are helping out the officials for the conduct of the regatta. Under the President of the Jury, Bill Webster. And the third and final heat well underway for the C-grade single scull, sponsored by Go Steve. Race number 5 on the program today. And the national sculler, Aaron Skinner, who we often see in the para rowing at all different levels, on the lead at lane 3. Very tight for second between Ballarat Grammar Jack Howard and St Patrick's College George Charles alongside him on lane 5. Then back to lane 6, St Patrick's Lockie Torpy, and then a long way back to Wendouree Ballarat Stephen Wood. And Xavier Gleeson on lane 2 is up there in about 4th or 5th position. But it's Aaron Skinner from the Nestles Rowing Club down there in west of Warrnambool. And he's getting nice long strokes in the water, and a very good performance there from Aaron Skinner to take out the third and final heat of the C-grade single scull, sponsored by Go Steve. 2 lengths clear over the sculler from on lane 5 from St Pat's George Charles, who heads out lanes 4 alongside him, Ballarat Grammar Jack Howard, and back to the St Pat's sculler Lockie Torpy. 4th place, 5th will be Ballarat Grammar in Xavier Gleeson, and a fair way behind is Stephen Wood from the host club Wendouree Ballarat. Our gold sponsors today are JG King Homes, Perfect Balance, thanks to L. Isherwood. Our silver sponsors are Hames Paints, based here in Ballarat, Australia-wide paint company. Delta Floorwood, Optus Screens, and I mentioned the Optus screen on the isthmus there, where you can watch the live streaming, which is being done by Paul Blanchfield and his team, and Simon once again, and that's available to you free of charge on through the Rowing Victoria rowing manager. Also Viola Environmental Management are the silver sponsors. Selkirk Bricks, our bronze sponsors, and Rob Manning and Electric Case Jane Miller, our small business sponsors. And well done to Stephen Wood for getting down to the line on lane 7 in 6th place in that third and final heat of the C-grade single scull.
Following starters in race 6, men's 8 Division C final. Lane 3, Ballarat High. Lane 4, Wendouree Ballarat. Lane 5, Richmond. Come down to the start, please.
Yellow card. You can do it.
Easy Ballarat High, Wendouree, come down please. Easy lane 4, just let it run, check it there. Check it lane 4. Check it hard. Come up a canvas lane 3. Check it lane 5, check it hard. Come up a canvas lane 3. Light touch lane 5. Light touch lane 5. Easy.
Attention. Go.
Race 7, women's 8 final. Lane 3, Ballarat City Composite. Lane 4, Melbourne. Easy umpire, umpire. Thank you.
Well, the next race is underway, race number 6, the C grade men's 8. We do thank Arthur and Alice Jones for their sponsorship of this event. And we've got 3 crews, Ballarat High School, Wendouree Ballarat and Richmond. And can we get a local win here? Coming up towards the halfway mark, Wendouree Ballarat perhaps slightly in the lead, stroked by Tim Wright from the famous Wright family at Wendouree Ballarat, where they've got about 50 rowers competing today, according to their president, John King.
Easy lane 4.
And they're holding on to half a length lead over Ballarat High
Easy
School.
lane 3.
Stroked by Aidan Pinn. The leading crew, Dwayne Finlay, Dwayne Eaton, Dean Nuttall, Caleb Howard, Bryn Evans, Steve Coughlin, Cameron Farrington, stroked by Tim Wright and Ashlyn Hall, the Cox. They're holding on tenaciously to the lead
Half a canvas.
over Ballarat High School on
Once
their
you're
right.
on the line, you cannot
And
object
then
to a start.
Richmond about 2.5 lengths back in third place. In perfect condition for 8-oared rowing is the C grade men's 8, sponsored by
14
Arthur
seconds handicap.
and Ellis Jones, and Wendouree Ballarat showing a clean set of
Lane
blades
3 on
to
go.
the other two crews
Lane 4 on
as they
14.
drive down to the line with about 120 metres to go. A wonderful win to the host club, Wendouree Ballarat.
When you're ready, start.
The first final of today's program, the C grade men's 8, sponsored by Arthur and Alice Jones. It's going to be a great win to Wendouree Ballarat as they go across the line to score by 1 1/4 lengths from Ballarat High School in second place.
Yep.
And about 3 lengths away to Richmond in third position. The winning combination there from the bow: Dwayne Finlay, Dwayne Eaton, Dean Nuttall, Caleb Howard, Bryn Evans, Steve Coughlin, Cameron Farrington,
3,
and stroked by
4,
Tim Wright,
5,
and
6,
Cox
7,
by Ashlyn Hall.
9.
Congratulations,
10,
Wendouree
11,
Ballarat,
12,
winner of the first final
13,
today on day
14.
2 of the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program. The C grade men's 8, sponsored by Arthur and Ellis Jones.
A line of the judges.
Easy there.
A line of the judges. A line of the judge.
Next race has a bit of local flavour as well, with Ballarat City Composite out there on lane 3 and the Melbourne crew alongside them on lane 4. Melbourne was an E-class crew, so they had a 14-second start. The Ballarat City Composite crew is with Melbourne Uni, Melbourne Ride Club, Nagambie, Albert Park, South Melbourne. Sue Gould from Melbourne, Lisa Leddick from Melbourne Park, South Melbourne, Josephine Blant, Melbourne Uni, Susan Andrews from Nagambie, where they have their big weekend regatta next weekend. Pamela Whiting from Melbourne Uni, Val Dale from Melbourne, Jennifer Bingham from Melbourne Uni, Kathy Lloyd from Ballarat City Rowing Club, and Samantha Crellin, the Cox. So although it's called the Ballarat City Composite crew, there appears to be only one Ballarat City starter. That's Kathy Lloyd, the stroke.
Easy lane 2. Keep going lane 7.
And what a great race it is between the two of them, even though there was a 14-second difference at the start, which Melbourne had a start on the composite crew. The composite crew would be the only row they would have had was coming out from
3 and 4 come up
rowing up to the start. Is off and the way. Melbourne still holding on. The E-class crew, stroked by Angela Rice, behind her Tanji Nishibata, Emma Greenwood, Jen Kilby, Irene Benjamin, Catherine Dermody, Louise Phillips and Gillian Plummer in the bow seat, with Emma Plowright, the Cox. Melbourne holding on from the composite crew, who are trying hard to close the gap after giving the other crew a 14-second start. But I think Melbourne holding on at the end of the isthmus with about 120 metres to go, holding on to the lead by a third of a length as they drive down to the line. And 5 different clubs in the Ballarat City composite crew, stroked by Kathy Lloyd. But Melbourne Road Club are going to take out the Women's Masters 8. Their E-class crew across the line first, 3/4 of a length clear over Ballarat City composite crew in second place. Well done to the winning crew: Gillian Plummer, Louise Phillips, Catherine Dermody, Irina Benjamin, Jen Kilby, Emma Greenwood and Tangi Nishibata, with Angela Rice. The Cox being Emma Plowright. Next event's underway. This is the A-grade Cox Quad Scull. Six crews starting. St Patrick's College on lane 2 on the south side. Hamilton and Alexander College from lane 3. Ballarat Grammar lane 4. Gippsland Grammar lane 5. Essendon lane 6. And the second St Patrick's College crew on lane 7. Nearest the judge.
Race 9, female.
And through the 500 metres, it would
Division
be
final.
well, the
Lane
crew
2,
from
Hamilton.
perhaps Ballarat Grammar
Lane
in the
3,
lead.
Ballarat
From St
Clarendon.
Patrick's
Lane
College,
4,
Ballarat
Regatta
Grammar on lane
Ballarat.
4, St Patrick's
Lane
College
5,
on lane 2,
Essendon. Lane
and
6,
the crew
Richmond.
from Essendon,
Lane 7, Gippsland
lane
Grammar.
6,
5 minutes to
followed
start.
by Gippsland Grammar on lane 5, then back to Hamilton and Alexander College on lane 3, and bringing up the rear of St Patrick's College on lane 7. So this is the next final on the program, not requiring any heats. And it's still the Ballarat Grammar crew, Lockie Heath, who had a wonderful day yesterday, Charlie Savage, Jonty Fall and Oliver Harris. They all had a good day yesterday at the 2,000 metre racing. Sheila Ryan's the Cox and Paul Commons the coach, as Ballarat Grammar come down to the line in the A-grade Cox Quad Scull on day 2 of the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program. It's Ballarat Grammar across the line first, very tight for second. St Patrick's College just ahead of Essendon, followed by Gippsland Grammar in 4th place. 5th will be St Pat's on lane 7, and 6th will be Hamilton and Alexander College on lane 3. So down the page, 2, 6, 1, 4, 3, 5. Congratulations to the winning crew from Ballarat Grammar, taking out the A-grade Cox Quad Scull. Lockie Heath, Charlie Savage and Jonty Fall, with Oliver Harris the stroke, Sheila Ryan the Cox, and coached by Paul Commons. So Ballarat Grammar, you could move over to the Southern Isthmus there for the presentation of your trophies. Don't forget you're well catered for here at the Regatta with food and drinks. You've got the Boost Juice van there with magnificent drinks available from Boost Juice. Alongside them is the bean up coffee van. Beautiful cups of coffee and cappuccinos, cafe lattes, long blacks, hot chocolate, and nibbles available from the van. And underneath the big pine tree, right on the finishing line, is Damascus College running the stall today with hot sausages on the barbecue, egg and bacon rolls, fruit, lollies, soft drinks, and water available there at the stall today under the canopy run by Damascus College.
Thank you.
Our next race on the program is the final of the B grade quad scull, the 8:40 event, right on time, but the crews are assembling behind the start at the moment.
Keep coming, lane 2. Keep coming. All crews, keep coming until I ask you to stop. Easy, lane 4. Check it there. Easy, lane 3. Keep coming, 6. Check it, 3. Check it, 2. Check it, 6. Easy, 7. Easy, 7. Check it. And down lane 6. Check it hard, 7. Come up a canvas, lane 2, 3 and 4. Easy 4, easy 3, easy 2. Race 10, men's cockless pair. Final. Lane 3, Ballarat and Clarendon. Lane 4, Melbourne. Lane 5, Bank. Lane 6, Ballarat and Clarendon, Grove and Quartermain. Come down to the start, please.
Now for this next event, we have the 2 heats earlier on in the program. The finals, Richmond, Loretto, Ballarat, Hamilton, Essendon, Ballarat, Clarendon and Gippsland Grammar. In the B grade women's Cox Quad Scull. Still have no draw sheet for the final, but we'll pick them up as they come down the course.
Easy lane 3. Keep coming, everyone else. Easy 6.
And it's Ballarat Clarendon in the lead here through the 500 metres and coming on towards the 750 metre mark. They're on lane 3. And right down on the inside station here, making a real race of it, is the crew from Gippsland Grammar. They look as though they're in the lead, the Gippsland Grammar crew, nearest the judge here, all the way from Sale in Eastern Victoria, ahead of Ballarat Clarendon. In third place would be Essendon. But well done to the Gippsland Grammar crew across the line first. Half a length clear over Ballarat and Clarendon College second. Another half a length back to Essendon in third place, followed by Loretto Ballarat, then Richmond and Hamilton in last place. So congratulations to the winning crew from Gippsland Grammar, from Sale in Eastern Victoria. Ruby Lindray, Scarlett Tavaski, April Harrison, Tilly Fox in the stroke seat, and Lucy Hodges the Cox. Well done to Gippsland Grammar. And you can collect your trophy after you're able to get through there on the South Isthmus. Next event's well down the course. That's the A-grade pair, sponsored by Smick Car Wash, 3 Ballarat and Clarendon College crews. But the leaders are the Banks combination of Andrew Goldstein and Heinrich Vensk. Had a few rows together over the years. Alexander Grove and Jock Quartermain in second place from Ballarat Clarendon. Then back to Ballarat and Clarendon on lane 3, Alexander Moffat and Zachary Lang. But down towards the line in the pink colours of the Banks Rowing Club. Out in the lead here with just a couple of strokes to go in the men's A-grade pair, sponsored by Smick's Car Wash. Across the line first, 2.5 lengths clear over Ballarat and Clarendon on lane 6. Alexander Grove and Jock Quartermain in second place. Third position, lane 3, Ballarat and Clarendon, Alexander Moffat and Zachary Lang. Fourth place will be Melbourne, Patrick Wellham and Timothy Crooks. And that's the all clear. So it looks like the other, when Ballarat and Clarendon crew did not start. But congratulations to our winners of the A-grade pair, sponsored by Schmick Car Wash, Banks Rowing Club, Andrew Goldstein and Heinrich Vensk. You can collect your trophies, guys, over there on the Isthmus, South Isthmus. So welcome to day 2 of the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta, proudly sponsored by J.G. King Homes, which has 10 offices in Melbourne and regional Victoria, trusted by families for temporary home designs and safe, strong, quality new homes. They've been builders beginning with steel frame homes here in Ballarat in 1985. Their vision was to pioneer a new standard of home building using exclusively Australian-made true core steel from, I think, from Hastings, from Blue Scope Steel. Many accolades have been received by J.G. King over the 37 years in operation, and J.G. King Homes takes pride in seeing their customers enjoy their homes as the biggest reward of all.
Lane 4, Corio Bay.
Next event's underway. Great to have Eric Waller, who's been a tower of strength in rowing in Victoria and in particularly here at Ballarat over the years. Great to see Eric here again today. He'll be in the judges' box, having a quiet look and just mentioning about the clearing out for the crews and scullers at the end of each race. Now the next race is underway, the men's B grade double scull. We've got two Richmond crews, or combinations, Gippsland Grammar, Wendouree Ballarat, Mercantile and Gippsland Grammar. And Richmond doing well over there on lane 2. Isaac Bellamy and Benjamin Wardle, coached jointly by Will Golding and Sebastian Tolboom. Will Golding actually rowing in lane 3 with Tim Foster. The leaders Wendouree Ballarat, James Forsyth and Charlie McClure. That'll delight Paul Blanchfield, who's heading up our live streaming at the regatta yesterday and again today with Richard McClure, the joint coach with Paul. And Wendouree Ballarat holding a narrow lead over the Richmond crew in second place, and they're quite a way clear of Gippsland Grammar in third place, Sam Reynolds and Lagan Joshi. And across to Gippsland Grammar, Stuart Ray and Jada Firth on lane 4. And just ahead of them is the other Richmond crew, Will Golding and Tim Forster. Well, what a finish it is, and I reckon Richmond got up in the last couple of strokes. Isaac Bellamy and Benjamin Wardle, coached by Will Golding and Sebastian Tolboom. In third place will be Gippsland Grammar on lane 7. Fourth will be lane 3. Richmond, Will Golding and Tim Foster. In fifth place, Gippsland Grammar on lane 4. 6. Mercantile on lane 6. And by my reckoning, Richmond Rowing Club got up in the last few strokes. Isaac Bellamy and Benjamin Wardle, coached by Will Golding and Sebastian Tolboom. Second, Wendouree Ballarat. Third, Gippsland Grammar.
14, men's under 15, topless pair. Final. Lane 4, Corio Bay. Lane 5, Hamilton and Alexandra. We are ahead of time. As you're both here, I'm happy to start if you have no objection. Okay. Come down to the line, please. Another 4 lengths. Easy Corio Bay. We'll touch more Hamilton. Easy.
And our aligner at the start is Shane Wood at the 1,000 metres. And already the crew from Corio Bay, Taj Bailey and Xander Bailey, coached by Ian Brigland, comfortably out in front in this men's under 15 double scull. Through the 500 metres, they'd have about 5 or 6 lengths advantage over Jonathan Stewart and Tom Nagorka from Hamilton and Alexander College. very comfortable victory to Corio Bay. Taj Bailey and Xander Bailey in the under-15 men's double scull. Well done. Coached by Ian Brigland down there at Geelong. Second place, the young Hamilton and Alexander College crew, Jonathan Stewart and Tom McGurka in second place. So the Bailey brothers, you can collect your trophies over there at the Esmus. Not sure whether you're twins, you look pretty much the same size. And well done in the under-15 double scull. Great that the regatta program includes an underage event such as that. Next event will be the C-grade single scull final, sponsored by Go Steve. We had the heats earlier on. Schedule to start in about 7 minutes' time.
Easy there. You're coming lane 2, check it lane 3 and 4, check it hard 3 and 4.
Oh no.
Lane 4, check your skull. Nestle, please check the skull. Come up lane 3. Easy 3, check it there. Easy 7, check it hard. Lane 4, please do not row unless I ask you. Lane 5, come up half a length. Lane 6, sorry, back it down lane 5. Back it down 7, back it down 4. Back it down please 5 and 4.
What?
Easy 7.
No, just you.
Back it down 5. Closer to the umpire. Not to the start. Closer to the umpire. That's it. Keep coming. Check it there. Straighten your boat. By backing, not by straightening. Light touch lane 3. Easy. Easy 3. Come up lane 5. No, no, no. No, no. Come up lane 5. Come up 5. Come up 7. Easy 7. Keep coming lane 5. Keep coming 5. Easy.
Next stop, attention, go!
Race 16. Female scull, Division A final. Lane 2, Wendouree.
Grab a couple.
Well, the next race coming down, and we're right on time today. It's just coming up to 10 past 9, and this race is underway, well underway, with Footscray City in the lead. Gabriel Tozer out there, coached by Peter Sweeney. McSweeney looked very good in the heat earlier on. From Yarra Yarra's Tony Siratic in second place. Then in third position would be Ballarat Grammar Harry Toll, coached by Stuart Parry over there on lane 2. In third position, back to Essendon Brandon Kennedy in lane 6. Then back to the National Sculler Aaron Skinner, who looked impressive in the heat, but well back behind the other scullers here in the final with St Patrick's College George Charles at the rear. But down to the line, it's going to be Footscray City in the red, white and blue colours who take it out. Gabriel Tozer taking out the C-grade single scull, sponsored by Go Steve. A length and a half clear over the Yarra Yarra sculler, Tony Siratic. Another length and a half back to the Ballarat Grammar School sculler, Harry Toll. In third place, fourth will be Essendon Brandon Kennedy. Fifth will be lane 7, George Charles from St Patrick's College. And Aaron Skinner, one of our para rowers, doing very well, making the final after a very impressive win in the heat in 6th place. C-grade single scull, sponsored by Go Steve. The winner, Footscray City, Gabriel Tozer, coached by Peter McSweeney. Gabriel, if you'd like to make your way over to the Isthmus, you can receive your trophy over there. Next event on the program is the A-grade single scull for females, sponsored by Arb Track Australia, race 16, and a couple of Wendouree Ballarat scullers in this race, and it's my pleasure to welcome to the microphone the famous Ballarat identity, Penny Johnson. Welcome back, Penny.
Thanks, Roger, and lovely to be able to commentate on some fellow Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club members who seem to be doing quite well. We've got in lane 2 for Wendouree Ballarat, Rebecca Gribble. In lane 3 from Essendon, Asher Gordon. In lane 4, Corio Bay's Alice Joyce. In lane 5 from Essendon, Alyssa Mirabelli. In lane 6 from Wendouree Ballarat, Kelly Egan. And in lane 7 for Corio Bay, Molly Clark Fernandez. And it does look like Alice Joyce in lane 4 has a pretty clear lead at the moment, with Essendon's Alyssa Mirabelli coming in second. Conditions looking really good for single sculling at the moment as the rowers come into the last part of the race and the calmest part of the water. So Corio Bay's Alice Joyce making it look particularly easy. Okay. All right, so Alice Joyce from Corio Bay coming across the line first, followed closely by in lane 5, Essendon's Alyssa Mirabelli. And it looks like Kelly Egan really straining to take the third place here, just as she's being challenged by the other Corio Bay rower, Molly Clark Fernandez. Coming in for 5th place in lane 3, Essendon's Asher Gordon, and Beck Gribble finishing up the field across in lane 2. Just waiting for the umpires to show the white flag that the results are final, and yes, they are. So in first place for Corio Bay, Alice Joyce. So just about perfect conditions for rowing on Lake Wendouree today. We've got a top temperature expected of 21 degrees. Currently it's 12.9 degrees. The wind is fairly calm at 14.8 with some gusts of 20 kilometres an hour expected. So the female Masters single scull is the next race coming down the course, and it's a packed crew. Sponsored by Elements Health and Fitness. Lee Martin, who's a very well regarded sculler here in Ballarat, is one of the owners of Elements Health and Fitness Gym. Great place to go and work out, especially if you want to improve your strength and fitness for rowing. In lane 1 we have Horsham City, Sarah Tottenham. In lane 2 from Melbourne Rowing Club, Lynn Charge. Lane 3, Footscray City, Penny Rattray Robertson. For Wendouree Ballarat, Leanne Martin, who I guess she's hoping to take out the medal today. Horsham City has a second rower in Claudia Moretti in lane 5. Lane 6 from Nagambie, Wendy Cotter. In lane 7 from Melbourne Rowing Club, Tej is going to be the really hot favourite in, she's rowing in Class D. And in lane 8 from Melbourne, Val Dow. So it looks like the scullers have gone off from the female Masters single sculls. There's a little bit of distance in the field at the moment as the different age categories are allowed to start at different times to try and compensate for the age. It looks like the Melbourne Rowing Club rower Lynn has just hit some of the boys here, a little bit of steering difficulty. Just having the start line at the 1,000 metre mark means that you start with a little bit of shelter but can kind of be knocked sideways by some unexpected gusts of wind. I'm seeing the distinctive red and white of the Wendouree Rowing Club, and I'm assuming that's Leanne Martin, who looks to be out in front, but Tej from the other Melbourne Rowing Club rower who is in lane 7. Okay. Tej, who's in lane 7, does look to be sort of powering down the course at the moment. So the field is starting to level out as the age advantage gets, I guess, compensated against. There's some really strong rowers who are able to quickly make up that difference, but at the moment it looks like the Essendon sculler and the Melbourne sculler doing well, but Leanne Martin, who is probably going to be a local favourite here, is well and truly keeping up. So there's not too much spread yet in the field as they come to the second half of the race. So lane 7 looks like it's the lane to watch with Tanya Nishimbata in lane 7 from Melbourne. Looks looks like she is going to take this race. Leanne Martin in lane 4 for Wendouree Ballarat is definitely in second place at the moment, but being challenged, I think, by Wendy Cotter from the Nagambie Rowing Club. Tej making it look ridiculously easy. Definitely her race this morning to take out the Female Masters Single Scull, sponsored by Elements Health and Fitness. So Lee crossing the finish line, well done. Another medal to add to your collection. And Leanne Martin coming in very strong for second place, followed very closely by Claudia Moretti from Wendy Cotter from Nagambie in third place. In lane 8, in fourth place, we've got Val Dow. In fifth place from Footscray, Penny Rattray Robinson. Sixth place will be Horsham City's Sarah Tottenham. And a very elegant finish by Horsham City's Claudia Moretti. So coming down the course now is the female under 17 single scull. Wendouree Ballarat in lane 3, Mia Woodburn. In lane 4, also from Wendouree Ballarat, Mackenzie Kopke-Veldhuis. And in lane 5, the Nagambie sculler, Jo Somerville. In lane 6, from Gippsland Grammar, Ella Durand. And it does look like the Gippsland sculler, Ella Durand, might have a lead over Mackenzie from Wendouree Ballarat. The rowers coming to the final part of the race. Does look like a pretty unassailable lead there for the Gippsland Grammar rower, Ella Durand, although being challenged by Mackenzie Kopke-Veldhuis from Wendouree Ballarat. Just beautiful. Excellent finish there from Gippsland. A lovely strong finish for Wendouree Ballarat in second place for Mackenzie. Third place will be her teammate, Mia Woodburn, coached by Paul Blanchfield. And just crossing the finish line, Jo Somerville from Nagambie.
I'll work out something. It's just the problem is because I come back and the whole thing just kind of went down. I was just like, it's alright. What do you? It's alright. I'll work it out. We'll work it out. But thanks.
Just two scullers competing in the female under 15 single scull, both from Wendouree Ballarat. Paul Blanchfield coaching both of them. So Leila McTeague and Lucy Barlow will be competing for the female under 15 single scull. Just watching as the two under-15s female single scullers come down the course from Wendouree Ballarat, and it does look like the wind has picked up a little, making steering a little bit difficult for the girls. Just a little bit choppy. There's that side wind that kind of can push you into the buoys, make life a little bit difficult. There's some a bit of a steering issue that umpires are advising the sculler, but that just adds to the stress of a day of competition. But bravely coming through. I do think it's probably Lila McTeague. It's a bit hard to see the bow number from here at the moment. So it is, it is the sculler Lucy Barlow who's coming in first place for the female under 15 single sculls. I'm sure both girls will be very pleased to see the finish line, hear that umpire's beep to signify the end of this race. So the winner from Wendouree Ballarat, Lucy Barlow, coached by Paul Blansfield. So we do have to say a big thank you to the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta race sponsors. JG King Homes, our regatta sponsor JG King Homes, have 35 display homes throughout Victoria. You can pay them a visit and see what life is like inside a JG King home. And we also have to acknowledge the country on which we are rowing this morning. The Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club acknowledges the traditional owners of our land, the Wathaurong and Dja Dja Wurrung people. We recognise their continuing connection to the land and the waterways and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are with us today.
The Victorian Pathway program gives the opportunity for talented young coxes and rowers to represent Victoria and row in the Vic Pathway 8. There are 2 crews selected, male and female 8. They compete in the Australian Pathway Regatta held in Penrith from the 26th to the 28th of April. Athletes need to be under 18. For further information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches, go to the Rowing Victoria website, Pathway tab, and into the state teams area. Coaches
Lane 4, St Patrick's College. In lane 5, Ballarat and Clarendon. In lane 6, another St Pat's crew. And in lane 7, Richmond. So these crews, the Ballarat crews at least, will be eyeing each other off to see what the times and speeds are, how much training they might need to fit in before the head of the lake. So in lane 2 at St Patrick's College has a crew of William Charles, Trenton Sands, Marcus Gatt, Mike Bleacher, and Patrick Stute is the cox. For Ballarat High, Harrison Wade, Connor O'Dwyer, Fred Tomich, Aidan Pinn, Caden Spruce is coxing. Their coach is Chris Nielsen. For St Patrick's College, Oscar Watkins, Coben Todd, Paddy Bennett, Thomas Stute, Liam Shaw is the cox. For Ballarat and Clarendon, Jadip Mann, Micah Higginbotham, Jack Cowan, Hamish Richardson with Laura Langley as cox. For St Patrick's College in lane 6, Gabriel Freeman, Jack Williamson, Joseph Elliott, Callum Mong, Ned Clark is coxing. And for Richmond, Pavel Orban, John Helderstadt, John Roberts, Dennis Beck, Derek Begg is coxing. Their coaches are Will Golding and Sebastian Tolboom.
Keep rolling down to the line. Keep coming lane 2, lane 3. Easy lane 4. Easy lane 2. Check at 4. Easy 7. Easy 6. Keep coming lane 3. Easy 3. Light touch 3, 4, 5 and 6. Light touch. Keep coming. Easy 3. Keep coming 4 and 5. Easy 4. Easy 5. Easy 6.
Lots of sponsors making this 2-day regatta possible, and we do want to thank Perfect Balance Rowing and Al Isherwood for being here, as well as JG King Homes, Hames Paint, Delta Floor World. We thank Optus for the screen so you can get a closer view of the rowing when they're up at the start line, and also Veolia Environmental Management. Selkirk Bricks are a terrific bronze sponsor, and Rob Manning from Rob Man Boat Repairs, and of course Eclectic Tastes, Jane Miller. We really appreciate that sponsorship. Great place to get a coffee if you are able to leave the course, but if you can't because you're waiting for a race to start, Bean Me Up Coffee is available just near the big pine trees near Loretto if you need a coffee. Boost Juice, of course, and Damascus College, the parents are bravely manning the sausage sizzle as well. So do go and support our terrific sponsors, the paid sponsors of course, but also the people that just turn up and help out and make our regatta that much more enjoyable. It looks like the crews have started in the male B grade Cox 4. There is one C grade crew competing here from Ballarat High in lane 3, but at the moment it looks like the crews are fairly even as they've just started and popping out of the reeds. So if I was going to pick an early leader, it does look like there's St Patrick's crew in lane 4, who's coxed by Liam Shaw. Definitely an advantage to have a cox in conditions like this. It does look like there is a little bit of a crosswind here. The Ballarat High School falling a little bit behind, but they're the only C grade crew in this race, so that might be expected. And definitely the Richmond Cox having a little bit of a hard time of the steering here in the tricky conditions for Lake Wendouree. Definitely looks like it's going to be a race between the two St Pat's crews, although possibly Clarendon giving things a bit of a good crack here at the early stages of this race. So the St Pat's crew with Oscar Watkins, Coben Todd and Paddy Bennett and Thomas Stute definitely look to be pulling away here, although the Ballarat High School really keeping up, and that battle from second place between Ballarat High and the St Pat's College crew, which is consisting of William Charles, Trenton Stans, Marcus Gatt, Mike Fletcher and Cox by Patrick Stute. But it does look like the Oscar Watkins crew of St Pat's is definitely going to finish first here, with the Clarendon crew really trailing in fourth place. But it does look like lane 4, St Patrick's College, Oscar Watkins, Coben Todd, Paddy Bennett, Thomas Stute, Cox by Liam Shaw are going to make it across the line first, followed by Patrick Hyde, well done, Harrison Wade, Connor O'Dwyer, Fred Tomich, Aidan Pinn with Caden Spruce Cox in. Oh gosh, Roger, who do you reckon went third there? Was it Clarendon? Yeah, the Clarendon in the red. Might have just squeezed across the second St Pat's crew. With a strong-looking Richmond crew finishing, unfortunately, in last place. So the female C grade coxed 4, again 3 Ballarat schools fighting it out for an attempt at glory here and perhaps a preliminary test of their rowing skills. So the 3 schools in lane 3, we have Phoenix College with Hannah Pinder, Piper Bodgers, Amber Dunn, Chelsea Thorpe with Mia Berry coxing. Ballarat High School, their 4th crew with Caitlin Cullinan, Georgia Commons, Olivia Bell, Lily Brown with Gemma Reid coxing. Ballarat High School Team 3 has Katie Skilton, Michaela Jones, Alicia Van Drom, Ashley Carnes with Hayley Bain coxing.
Ballarat High number 3. All crews come down 3 lengths. Keep coming lane 5. Easy there. Keep coming lane 3 and 4. Keep coming lane 4. Easy 3. Another half a canvas lane 3. Keep coming lane 4. Easy 4. Keep it there. Easy 3. Come up a canvas lane 5. Light touch 3. Easy 5. Come up 3, come up 3. Light touch 4. Keep coming 3 and 4. Easy. Race 22, men's beginners.
So it looks like we have a start for the
4,
female C grade
final.
coxed 4. And our 3 teams, Phoenix, Ballarat High and Ballarat High.
Lane 6, Footscray, High School. Lane 7, Richmond. 5 minutes to start.
So the race we're watching coming down the course now, there's a crew in it that is not on my list. I don't think. Race 20. We've got an update for race 20. Not that I can see. All right, there's an extra two crews in here. So we were looking at the male beginner Coxed Quad Skull. The only two crews I've got listed are Ballarat High and Footscray High School. So I can see two high school crews. And I think I can see a Footscray crew. And not entirely sure, it might be a Richmond crew here. So the beginner Quad Skulls.
Race 24 mixed pairs final. Lane 1 Corio Bay, lane 2 Mercantile, lane 3 Corio Bay.
And to be honest, I'm not entirely sure who the crew is that looks like it's going to take it out, but they are rowing very neatly indeed. Is it Richmond? I don't know that it is. Richmond has the vertical stripes. Okay, could be a Richmond crew then. Okay, an easy win to the crew that may or may not be Richmond. Okay, Roger Wilson says it's Richmond. Ballarat High School in lane 5 with Sean Barclay, Rick Barber, Reese Webster and Jet Carly Seaboom and Jaden Howden Coxing coming in second place. And the Footscray High School crew in third place with Simeon Baker, Gideon Finlay, Hugo Wozniak, Levi Perforis and Cyrus de Guzman Coxing, coached by Claire McHugh. And another crew from Ballarat High is coming across now, but not sure who's in that crew at all.
Come down to the start line, please, those crews that are behind. Easy lane 2, check it lane 2, Mercantile. Mercantile, just back it off, please. Thank you, right on the line. Keep coming, lane.
JJ King hose, steel frame hose. JJ King hose, steel frame hose.
Keep coming, 5, 6, and 8. Keep coming. Easy 8. Keep coming, 6. Touch up lane 4.
This is always one of my favourite events in the rowing. I imagine all the discussions that take place in the boat for this. AndrewMcNeil.com is a corporate governance advisor, and they are sponsoring the mixed double scull. So we have 8 entries in this competition, so 8 crews lining up with the starters. In lane 1 for Corio Bay, Ariel van der Poel with Xander Bailey, coached by Ian Bridgeland. For Mercantile, in lane 2, Drew Ginn back in the boat with Kate McNeil, coached by Anthony Berglund. In lane 3 for Corio Bay, Mackenzie Pugh, Taddig Bailey, coached by Ian Bridgeland. In lane 4 for Melbourne, Tanya Nishimbata with Timothy Crooks. In lane 5 for Footscray City Composite is Glenn Bruttrell from Essendon with Leonie Richards from Footscray. In Melbourne, Chet Yilmaz with Mariana Nikolic. In lane 7 for Richmond, Geraldine Goss with Richard Healy, coached by William Golding and Sebastian Tolboom. And in lane 8, Albert Park, South Melbourne, has Douglas Patterson and Lisa Leddick. This should be an amazing race to watch as they're coming up with the starters.
Race 25, Para Scullers. Aaron Skinner from Nessels and Alan Clarence Hamilton.
I do love this race. It's always interesting to see who gets stroke seat in the mixed doubles. And there's some pretty famous names amongst the competitors here, but it does look like the crew from Melbourne with Tej and Timothy Crooks in lane 4 might have the lead at the moment. The Mercantile crew with Drew Ginn and Kate McNeil giving them some trouble. In fact, they might have even pulled away a little bit. This is going to be quite an interesting race. This is definitely not a fun race to row with your romantic partner. Best to have someone that you have to be polite to. So the champion legs of Drew Ginn versus the champion legs of Tej and the Melbourne crew are really battling it out here. What an amazing race to watch. Our Australian Olympic champion, Drew Ginn, in bow seat. Good on him. Following on, also Tej in bow seat as well. Really taking it up to them. This is going to be a fantastic race. Beautiful rowing to watch here. Amazing rowing. Look at that length in the Melbourne crew. And they're really taking it up to try and take it away from the Mercantile crew. Oh, what a tight, amazing finish. Well done to those crews. Fantastic effort. And to everybody else who is finishing dry in one piece and still talking to their partner, that is a great race to have watched. Coming in a very credible third place for Corio Bay, Mackenzie Pugh, Taddig Bailey. Coming in fourth, the second Corio Bay, the Corio Bay in third was Ariel van der Poel and Xander Bailey. And we're just watching the Richmond crew, Geraldine Goss, Richard Healy. Coming across the line next. It's really great to see the mixed events, Roger. Indeed it is. And lovely to see everybody still finishing. It's always intriguing to see who gets to set the stroke in stroke seat. And just lovely to see partners rowing together. All right, and I am about to jump in an umpire's boat and drive up and down the course. Roger, I'll give you a wave as I cross the finish line. Handing it back to you, my friend.
Hey, our mate is gone. Gone, is he? We went, checked all around.
We're a bit worried he might have just moved somewhere else, or he's done a lap. John just said, don't engage, don't upset him, just leave him be. He goes there to do something. Seems like he's gone. Well, that's what's the matter. You've got to put your safety guru hat on and think, this is their place to implement, so you can't go put yourself at risk, you know. But you can't go putting your guys at risk either, you know. So now it's going to be a conversation for another day, yeah?
Thank you to Penny Johnson for doing those last half an hour or so. And what a great race it was, that mixed double sculls. Drew Ginn and Kate McNeil from Mercantile, coached by Anthony Berglund. They can go in and get their medallions at the Isthmus there for winning the double scull, sponsored by Andrew McNeil, Corporate Governance Advisor.
It's a good job out of the way.
Now the next event was the para single sculls. We saw Aaron Skinner earlier on and competing in the able body rowing event. He's in this next event as coming down race number 25 on day 2 of the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta, sponsored by JG King and Perfect Balance, our other gold sponsor. The surf life-saving boats come out to ensure there's no problem here with the para single scull. There is a second sculler in the event. From the Melbourne Rowing Club. No, from Hamilton, I would say. Hamilton Rowing Club is on lane 5. Alan Clarence rowing by invitation. Great to see him giving Aaron Skinner a bit of a paddle down the course over the 1,000 metres. That's Alan Clarence from the Rowing Hamilton Club at the very picturesque Lake Hamilton in Western Victoria. I was there recently and it was overflowing after all the recent heavy rains. And they're going stroke for stroke here, Aaron Skinner and Alan Clarence, racing by invitation from the Hamilton Rowing Club. Aaron Skinner's already been up and down in the single scull earlier on. Now coming up and down in the para single scull. And there's a very good picture on the screen here at the finishing line. The Optus screen, and the two scullers are going stroke for stroke down to the line in the para single scull race 25, with Aaron Skinner just slightly drawing to the lead. The Nestles Rowing Club sculler, with Alan Clarence racing by invitation from Hamilton. Well done, Alan. Well done, Aaron. Alan and Aaron, well done to both of you for your great effort today. And Aaron, you can collect your trophy over there at the Isthmus, Southern Isthmus, after you've scored that win. Well done. And don't forget, if you're hungry or thirsty, you're well catered for here at the Regatta. The Damascus College is running the stall in the marquee underneath the big pine tree on the south bank, right on the finishing line. And alongside that, adjacent to that, is the Bean Me Up coffee machine, which has been very popular all day yesterday and again today. And then the big Boost, you can't miss it, van, which has the wonderful range of Boost Juice drinks. World famous these days, because Boost Juice has now expanded rapidly from Australia overseas. And well done to Janine Ellis, who put that company together a few years ago, and a franchise business. And hopefully I'm going to get a mango smoothie, or crush, I think they call it these days. And that was beautiful yesterday, and I'm hoping that they'll provide one again today.
JJ King House, steel frame house. JJ King House, steel frame house.
Discover a world of difference at Floor World. We're the friendly experts in the industry with decades of combined experience. No matter where you are in Australia, you're sure to find a store near you with 38 sites nationwide. We offer more than just flooring and pride ourselves on our solid and trustworthy advice.
Don't you love it when people say, I just love your accent? Where are you from? That's your cue to get your Aussie on. Aussie, born and bred, made and owned. A lot like Haynes Paint, really. Born in Ballarat in 1935, Haynes is actually the only major paint brand that's made and owned right here in Australia. What? I know, it's crazy, huh? Who you talking to? Oh, what's that? You want the best quality? You're on. Haynes has been rated best paint by CanStar Blue 5 years in a row. Not 4, not 3, 5! I mean, that's nuts. Oh, you want colour? When you paint with Haynes, you can channel earthy warmth, peaceful zen, softness, vitality, or any other vibe. When you paint on Haynes, you're painting on everything this fantastic fruit salad of a country means to you. Haynes Paint. It's Aussie, and it's the best. So go on, paint on, Australia.
With Optus, you can power the potential of Australians in need. Simply donate your data on My Optus app. It starts with yes.
Are you an under-18 athlete who has some ability in coxing or rowing? Then you should consider nominating for the Vic Pathway 8. This gives you an amazing opportunity to meet, train and row with peers and represent your state? Are you a coach who would relish the opportunity of coaching a talented crew? Then you can nominate as coach of the Vic Pathway 8. Interested? Go to the Rowing Victoria website where you will find information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches. Go to the Pathway tab, State Teams and follow through to the Pathway 8 State Team. Coach nominations are due on the 22nd of February and athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early so selectors can monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn Oliver. I am the State Pathway Coordinator for Rowing Victoria.
King House. Steel frame house.
Discover a world of difference at Floor World. We're the friendly experts in the industry with decades of combined experience. No matter where you are in Australia, you're sure to find a store near you with 38 sites nationwide. We offer more than just flooring and pride ourselves on our solid and trustworthy advice.
Don't you love it when people say, I just love your accent? Where are you from? That's your cue to get your Aussie on. Aussie, born and bred, made and owned. A lot like Haynes Paint, really. Born in Ballarat in 1935, Haynes is actually the only major paint brand that's made and owned right here in Australia. What? I know, it's crazy, huh? Who you talking to? Oh, what's that? You want the best quality? You're on. Haynes has been rated best paint by CanStar Blue 5 years in a row. Not 4, not 3, 5! I mean, that's nuts. Oh, you want colour? When you paint with Haynes, you can channel earthy warmth, peaceful zen, softness, vitality, or any other vibe. When you paint on Haynes, you're painting on everything this fantastic fruit salad of a country means to you. Haynes Paint. It's Aussie, and it's the best. So go on, paint on, Australia.
With Optus, you can power the potential of Australians in need. Simply donate your data on My Optus app. It starts with yes.
Are you an under-18 athlete who has some ability in coxing or rowing? Then you should consider nominating for the Vic Pathway 8. This gives you an amazing opportunity to meet, train and row with peers and represent your state. Are you a coach who would relish the opportunity of coaching a talented crew? Then you can nominate as coach of the Vic Pathway 8. Interested? Go to the Rowing Victoria website where you will find information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches. Go to the Pathway tab, State Teams and follow through to the Pathway 8 State Team. Coach nominations are due on the 22nd of February and athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early so selectors can monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn Oliver. I am the State Pathway Coordinator for Rowing Victoria.
Race 26, the female double skull, B, heat 1, lane 2 Hamilton, lane 3 Corio Bay, lane 4 Gippsland Grammar, lane 5 Essendon, lane 6 Hamilton, lane 7 Nagambie. 5 minutes to start. Keep coming lane 4, 3 lengths. Easy there. Check it. Easy 6. Keep coming lane 5, 4, lane 3 and 2, keep coming. Half a length lane 6, easy 4, check it there. Keep coming 5, just gently, keep coming 6, easy 5. Keep coming lane 2, easy 3. Check it 3, check it 3, check it 3. Back it down 3, please. Easy 2. Just back it lightly 3. Thank you. Light touch 4 and 7. Easy 7. Keep coming 4, light touch. Easy.
Quick start. Attention. Go.
Race 27, female double skull, B, division, heat 2, lane 2 Wendouree Ballarat, lane 3 Melbourne, lane 4 Hamilton Alexandra, lane 5 Gippsland Grammar, lane 6 Essendon. 5 minutes to start. Easy 6. Check it there. Keep coming lane 5 and 4. 2, easy 3, easy 5, half a length 4, half a length 3, easy 4, good coming 3, one more.
Well, racing's underway again here at the second day of the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program, proudly sponsored by JG King Homes and Perfect Balance. The B grade women's double scull, race 26 on the program. And the 6 crews are well down the course through the 500 metre mark. And picking up a leading crew may be Nagambie on lane 7, Joe Somerville and Lily Rose Hall Kraus. Then across to Corio Bay on lane 3, Beatrice Hearn and Stella Benson. Back in third place, very tight between Gippsland Grammar, April Harrison and Tilly Fox on lane 4. And lane 5, Essendon Jade Williamson and Charlize Adamo, coached by Barry Gardner and Glenn Bottrell. First 3 through to the A final. The remainder, or through to the final, the remainder being eliminated from the event. So almost on the extremities of the course, Corio Bay and Nagambie battling out for the lead. Third place is pretty tight between Essendon and Gippsland Grammar. They're going stroke for stroke, with Hamilton back in 5th place and on lane 2, followed by Hamilton on lane 6 at the rear of the field. Looks like Corio Bay just forged into the lead there on lane 3. Beatrice Hearn and Stella Benson. Perfect conditions for double sculling, particularly at the end of the race. And the second heat is underway, race 27. First 3 through to the final, and Corio Bay coming away from the crew from Nagambie in 2nd place. But a good win to Beatrice Hearn and Stella Benson, scoring by 1 length from Nagambie, Joe Somerville and Lily Rose Hall Kraus. And then very, very tight for third of all. Almost a dead heat. Maybe Gippsland Grammar third, and I stand to be corrected there. Essendon 4th. 5th will be Hamilton on lane 2, Ruby Kent and Leoma Brantoff. And 6th will be the other Hamilton crew in Debbie Millard and Caitlin Millard. A very tight finish there for third between Gippsland Grammar and Essendon. They're going stroke for stroke, but on the line I thought Gippsland Grammar might have got third. They'd have to wait till the official judge there to find out that third place in the final later in the program in the B-grade Rubble Scull. But Corio Bay convincing winners there. Well, not convincing, only by a length. Beatrice Hearn and Stella Benson, and in 2nd place Nagambie, Joe Somerville and Lily Rose Hall Kraus. Those two definitely in, and it's a matter of whether Gippsland or Essendon make up the third combination in the final. 4 starters in this, 5 starters I should say, with Wendouree Ballarat out in front on lane 2, the host club today, Mackenzie Kopke Valdez and Mia Woodburn, coached by Paul Blanchfield, who's in charge of our live streaming yesterday and again today, and probably next week when we've got the head of the schoolboys regatta here at Ballarat. And the Wendouree Ballarat crew looking pretty good out in front. They've got a commanding lead, Mackenzie Kopke Valdez and Mia Woodburn. Got about 3 lengths advantage over the crew from Gippsland Grammar in 2nd place, Anastasia Bahaja and Ruby Lindray, who's got a jumper on in the bow seat, so not showing her true colours. With Essendon back in 3rd place, Zoe Silver, Abby Wickerham and Bronte Basil, coached by Barry Gardner and Green Bottle, but Wendouree Ballarat scoring a convincing victory there. Well done, Mackenzie Kopke Valdus and Mia Woodburn, coached by Paul Brantfield, scoring by 4 lengths at the finish. From Gippsland Grammar, Anastasia Bahaja and Ruby Romdre. In 3rd place will be the Essendon crew, Zoe De Silva, Abby Wickerham and Bronte Basil. And the crew to be eliminated from the finals will be Melbourne, Tammy Robershot and Naranja Nikolic coming through in 4th place, and 5th position will be Hamilton and Alexandra College, Isabel Meckham and Annabelle Walker, coached by Simon Ross, up there at the beautiful Lake Hamilton in Western Victoria, not far from here. So Wendouree Ballarat, Gippsland Grammar and Essendon into the final later in the program. Now, the next 2 races have been cancelled, the B-grade men's single scull. So the next race schedule will come down as race number 30, which is at 10 minutes to 11. That's the under 17 men's single scull. And in the first heat, the sculler on lane 6, Hagan Cook, Gippsland Grammar, is an official scratching. But a very good entry in the 2 heats of the under 17 men's single scull, which will be the next 2 races from the 1,000-metre mark. And first of those scheduled to start in just over 10 minutes' time. So it gives you a chance to perhaps go and have a boost juice over there with a big van, or a cup of coffee or hot chocolate, long black or whatever you wish to have at the Bean Me Up coffee machine in the van there. And underneath the big pine tree right opposite the finishing line is the Damascus College marquee with the food on the barbecue. Yesterday I was lucky enough to have a couple of sausages with onion and tomato sauce, only $3 each. And also there is the egg and bacon rolls. And later on there will be the hamburgers on the barbecue as well. If you want to watch the racing live, it's there's the Optus screen on the south bank on the isthmus, right near the finishing line. I can see it clearly from here. And thanks to Paul Blanchfield and his team for providing that live streaming. We particularly thank our major sponsor, J.G. King Homes, which has 10 offices in Melbourne and regional Victoria, trusted by families since 1985 for contemporary home design and safe, strong and quality new homes. They've been building homes, as I said, since 1985, starting here at Ballarat, and are well known for their building steel frames provided by True Core Steel through the plant down at Hastings, run by Blue Scope Steel. There's also 35 display homes throughout Victoria, run by J.G. King Homes. So they're very well known in this state, particularly here at Ballarat, where they started back in 1985. So if you're looking to build a home, particularly in the regional areas and parts of the suburbs of Melbourne, J.G. King may be worth considering. Our other major gold sponsor today is Perfect Balance. Al Isherwood, who we had an interview yesterday with Penny Johnson, telling us all about the boats that they import, and a great range of boats that they've provided by Perfect Balance. Our silver sponsors are Hames Paints, well known throughout Victoria, based here at Ballarat, and they're a very, very good quality paint provided by Hames. Delta Floorwood, Optus Screens and Viola Environmental Management are our silver sponsors. Our bronze sponsorship is Selkirk Bricks, and our small business Electric Taste, Jane Miller and Rob Manning from Rob Mann Boat Repairs. We thank all those sponsors for the sponsorship of the Wendouree Ballarat 2-day regatta. Still about 7 or 8 minutes away before Wedgehead will ever start in the next event, the 2 heats of the under-17 men's single scull. Our morning program officials, which change over at 12 o'clock. Our aligner and starter is Shane Wood at 1,000 metres. Our umpires, Brooke Parsons, Bruce McGuinness, Ross Litchfield, Rod Florence, Deb Spring, Rowing Victoria President, David Grubitz, our Marshal, and our Chief Judge, Paul Dickerson, assisted by a couple of level ones, and Head of Control, Stephen Spring, assisted by 2 level ones. Change over at 12 o'clock, so just over an hour's time, there'll be a changeover to the afternoon shift for the second day of the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program.
lane 4, easy lane 1, easy 3, easy 4, please, easy 7, check it. Easy 5, easy 3, easy 2, come up half a length 1 and 3, easy 1, check it, easy 3, 4, stop rowing please, let's back it down to touch 4 and 1, easy 1, easy 4, light touch 2 and light touch 2, easy, that's not a light touch, that's a light touch 3, and again, easy, light touch 5, thank you, light touch 4, easy, touch it there, touch it, just stop there. Light touch 1 and 2 please. Easy.
Point to back, attention, go.
Race 31, men's under 17, sculls, heat 2, lane 1, Gippsland Grammar, lane 2, Ballarat High, lane 3, Wendouree Ballarat, lane 4, Essendon, lane 5, Calliope Bay, lane 6, Essendon Kennedy, lane 7, Ballarat Grammar. 5 minutes to start. Keep coming up to the start until I ask you to stop rowing. Easy lane 2, check it, easy 5, easy 4, easy 1, easy 3, easy 6, easy 7, light touch 2 and 1, lane 1 and 2, light touch, easy,
Well underway in this first heat of the under-17 single scull. We have the scratching there from Gippsland Grammar on lane 6, Hagan Cook. And nearest the judge, it looks like the sculler from Gippsland Grammar, Samuel Reynolds, might be in the lead. On the sculler right over on the far side, Footscray City, Gabriel Tozer, coached by Peter McSweeney out there on the Maribyrnong River. And back in third place is the other sculler from Gippsland Grammar, Jack Courtney, on lane 4. Followed by Essendon, Tyler Fitzpatrick on lane 2. Then back to Albert Park College, Amog Pangassa, coached by Minnie Cade on lane 3. And then bringing up the rear is Corio Bay, Ned Joyce, well behind on lane 5. The Sculler on lane 7, nearest the judge here, comfortably out in front. Gippsland Grammar, who've been well supported at the regatta here yesterday and again today from Sale and Eastern Victoria, where they're racing today along with Ararat in the horse racing field. At Gippsland Grammar, well to the fore yesterday and again today. And their sculler here, Samuel Reynolds on lane 7 on race number 30. First heat under 17 single scull on day 2 of the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program. Very impressive win to Samuel Reynolds. Well done, Samuel. Across the line first, scoring by about 5 lengths from his clubmate or schoolmate Jack Courtney, also from Gippsland Grammar. And another 4 lengths back to Footscray City, Gabriel Tozer on lane 1. Those 3 scullers will make the final. The remaining scullers will be eliminated from the final. Tyler Fitzpatrick in 4th place. In 5th position will be Albert Park College, Amog Pangassa. And a fair distance back to Corio Bay, Ned Joyce in 6th place. We'll have to get a wriggle on, otherwise the second heat will go past him. Pick up a leader in the second heat. It could be Corio Bay, Taj Bailey, coached by Ian Brigden on lane 5. Or the sculler on the outside lane, Gippsland Grammar, Lagan Joshy. Please move off the course, boys. Please move away from the finishing bay. Otherwise you may clog up the finishing bay with the next race coming down. Please move away from the finishing bay. And the Corio Bay sculler, Ned Joyce, finishing the first heat of the under-17 single scull. Being closely watched by the following umpire, who now gives the all clear. And the Essendon sculler, Reese Davey, in the lead here on lane 4. Across to lane 1, Gippsland Grammar, Lagan Joshy. And back to Wendouree Ballarat, Joachim Henderson. The Ballarat High School sculler is in the water back there. So I don't know where the rescue boat is. But the Ballarat High School sculler, Connor O'Dwyer, is in the water at 300 metres to go. But well done to the Essendon sculler, Reese Davies, scoring by a length at the finish from Gippsland Grammar, Lagan Joshy in 2nd place, about a metre back to Wendouree Ballarat, Joachim Henderson in 3rd place. Very tight for 4th, maybe Essendon, Brandon Kennedy just in front of Taj Bailey of Corio Bay in 5th place. 6th will be Sam Callio from Ballarat Grammar over here on lane 7. The Ballarat High School sculler, Connor O'Dwyer, is now being rescued down at the about 300 metres from the finish, being rescued by the surf life-saving guys. We'll hopefully get him back in the boat and get off the course, because the next race is underway. So 1st, 2nd and 3rd into each of those 2 each into the final. Sam Reynolds of Gippsland Grammar, Jack Courtney, Gippsland Grammar, and Gabriel Tozer from Footscray City in the 1st heat. In the 2nd heat, Reese Davey of Essendon, Gippsland Grammar, Lagan Joshy, and Wendouree Ballarat, Joachim Henderson in the final of the under-17 scull a little later in the program. Next event coming down are the 2 heats of the C-grade single scull. For the females, first of those heats, race 32, is on about 300 metres. Ariel van der Pol of Corio Bay on lane 2. Essendon Manya Aira on lane 3. Lane 4, Essendon Gemma Williamson. Lane 5, Coria Bay, Mackenzie Pugh. And lane 6, Essendon, Kelsey Chatterton.
That'll do, thanks.
So the 5 scullers have gone through the 500 metre mark. And the Ballarat High School sculler who came to grief in the previous event has been rescued and assisted by the Surf Life Saving boys. And Coria Bay in the lead here, Mackenzie Pugh, coached by Ian Brigland, down there at Geelong in the lead from the Essendon sculler, Manya Aira. Coria Bay, in fact, in second place, Ariel Van der Pol. Coria Bay running 1-2 at the moment. Mackenzie Pugh down to the line to take out the first tee to the C-grade single scull, again coached by Ian Brigland, as both the second place get a 2. And a good win there to Mackenzie Pugh, scoring by about 7 lengths at the finish to her clubmate Ariel Van der Pol from Coria Bay. Back in third place, the first of the 2 Essendon sculler, Manya Aira on lane 3, followed by Essendon on lane 4. Gemma Williamson in lane 4 in 4th place. 5th position will be Kelsey Chatterton, also from Essendon. So 2 Coria Bay and 1 Essendon into the final there from that first tee to the C-grade women's single scull. And there's the all clear from the following umpire, showing the white flag. Now we've got 3 Footscray City competitors in the second heat, along with another Coria Bay sculler and another Essendon sculler in the C-grade women's single scull, race number 33. Scheduled to start at 11:05, and it's still about 11:03 at the moment. So bringing them up into line at the 1,000 metre start.
your patience, ladies. You come back onto the line, please. Easy 6, just hold it there. Easy 5. Come up 2 lengths, 2, 3 and 4. Keep coming, 4, 3 and 2. Easy lane 3. 5 touch 4 and 6. Keep coming lane 2. Keep coming 5 and 6. Easy 4. Easy 6. Keep coming 5. Easy. Right. Race 34, Men's 8 Division B final, lane 3 Richmond, lane 4 St Patrick's College, lane 5 Mercantile. 5 minutes to start.
Well, the second heat coming down to the finishing line in race number 33, C-grade single scull, second heat of the women's C-grade single scull. Another win coming up to Corio Bay. Lolita Watson, coached again by Ian Bregland, who certainly has his work cut out down there at Geelong. In second place will be Claire McHugh, and a good win to Corio Bay. Lolita Watson that goes across the line first, scoring by about 5 lengths at the finish from Footscray City. Claire McHugh in second place. Third position will be Essendon Polly Jean Butterfield, coached by Marie Claire Gemmell, and the other Footscray City scullers. One of those on lane 3, Leonie Richards in fourth place. Sure what happened to the other one. First 3 through to the final. So we've got Corio Bay with 3 in the final, Footscray City with 1. And Essendon with 2 scullers in the final. Now the next event's a very special event, the B-grade men's 8, race 34. It's the called the Cocky 8, sponsored by Ron Widgery and Eric Waller, and I understand Ron is here. And I know Eric's here. He came and said hello a little earlier on. And that's the next event, the 10 past 11, right on time. Still no vision of a start yet, between Richmond, St Pat's College and Mercantile.
Men's 8, Division 3, race 34, final, Richmond lane 3, St Patrick's lane 4, Mercantile lane 5. Keep touching up to the line, keep rowing until I ask you to stop, please. Mercantile, keep rowing until I ask you to stop, please. Easy 5, easy 4, check at 5. Check at 4. Easy 3, sitting ready.
Start. Attention. Go.
Straight 35. Men's Cox 4, Division A final. Lane 5, Ballarat Grammar. Lane 6, Wendouree Ballarat. Come down to the line, please. Keep touching the boat up until I ask you to stop. Line 6, easy there. Check it. Line 5, easy. Check it. 5, thank you.
Always great to see an 8-oared race on any rowing course anywhere in the world. And this is the Cocky 8, the B grade 8 today, sponsored by Ron Widgery and Eric Waller, two great stalwarts of the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. And the leading crew is Mercantile on lane 5, Max Willoughby Goff, Michael Holman, Nicholas Kruckenberg, Simon Morrison, Patrick Somerville, Matthew Crooks, Sam Jobson, Jason Nevins, and Cox by Jamie Hoopman. He's sitting out about half a length in front of Richmond in second place. Another length and a quarter back to the crew from St Patrick's College in third position. But this is the B grade 8, the Cocky 8, sponsored by Ron Widgery and Eric Waller, coming down towards the finish in these perfect conditions for 8-oared rowing. The Mercantile 8 coming down on lane 5 to take the B grade 8 final. Well done to Mercantile, half a length clear over Richmond, who kept them honest all the way down the course, and another length and a quarter back to the crew from St Patrick's College, who normally row in 4s and quads, but rowing in an 8 there today. The winning combination from Mercantile, Max Willoughby Goff, Michael Holman, Nicholas Cronenberg, Simon Morrison, Patrick Somerville, Matthew Crooks, Sam Jobson, Jason Nevins in the stroke seat, and Jamie Hoopman, the Cox. Now, the 3/8s, would you please move off the end of the course? The next race is coming down fairly soon after you have finished. So thanks to Ron Widgery and Eric Waller for making the presentation of the Cocky 8. And Mercantile, you can go across to the Isthmus there to receive the presentation. I think Ron Widgery is over there. Eric Waller's in the in the judges' box. Please move off the course. The next race is coming down. The A-grade Cox 4 with crew from Ballarat Grammar School in the lead. Wendouree Ballarat looks like the other two crews scratched in that event. Now down to the line, lane 5, Ballarat Grammar, Lockie Heath, Charlie Savage, Jonty Paul and Oliver Harris, Shalala Ryan. The Cox, coached by Paul Commons, they've had a great regatta, scoring by about a length and a quarter at the finish, from Wendouree Ballarat in second place. Wendouree Ballarat, James Forsyth, Angus Murfitt, Joshua Matheson, Charlie McClure and Ashlyn Hall Cox, Paul Blanchfield and Richard McClure, the joint coaches. Just two of the four starters there on lanes 5 and 6 at Ballarat Grammar. Where to get your trophies, as you've won, one of the boys in the boat have won previously. Make your way over to the Estes there to receive your trophies from that event.
Race 37, female quad sculls, final, lane 2 Yarra Yarra, lane 3 Melbourne, lane 4 Richmond, lane 5 Ballarat City, lane 6 Horsham City. 5 minutes to start. Keep touching down to the line, please, till I ask you to stop. Keep coming, lane 2. Keep coming, lane 3. Keep coming, everybody, until I ask you to stop. Easy, lane 2. Easy, 6.
A great win there to St Patrick's College in the Quad Scull, sponsored by We the People Creative Agency. In second place, so lane 7 from lane 2, Richmond. Lane 3, St Pat's on lane 6. Fourth was Wendouree Ballarat. Fifth was Richmond on lane 4. Sixth was Footscray City on lane 8. Seventh, Melbourne, and eighth was lane 3, Footscray High School. Congratulations to our winners there, Lockie Torpy, Eddie Decker, Daniel O'Brien and George Charles, with James Oliver the Cox. C-grade Quad Scull, sponsored by We the People Creative Agency. And please clear the course, crews, so that we can be safe space for the next race to come down, which is the Masters Cox Quad Scull. S.J. Wood and family sponsoring that event. Race number 37. Yarra Yarra, Melbourne, Richmond, Ballarat City, Horsham City, the scheduled 5 starters. And St Patrick's College, you can go across to the end of the isthmus there on the South Station to receive your trophies.
Hello, apologies, Noel.
Race 37. I pushed the button on 18 seconds.
Race 38, lane 4 Melbourne, lane 5 Melbourne University Compasses. Keep coming down to the line until I ask you to stop. Easy, lane 5. Ticket. Keep coming, lane 4. Easy 4. Race 39, men's double sculls A final. Lane 1, Essendon. Lane 2, Gippsland Grammar. Lane 4, Essendon Warren. Lane 7, Bank.
Well, they come through the 500 metre mark now in the Women's Masters Quad Scull, sponsored by S.J. Wood family. Crew second from the South Station Melbourne Rowing Club, who started from go. Robin McIntyre, Carolyn Brown, Irina Benjamin, Val Dale and Zena Marzi, the Cox. Leading narrowly from Yarra Yarra, started at 14 seconds, a C grade combination. Melanie Ringersmar, Sally McNamee, Jeanette Lambert and Catherine Carr stroke there with the Cox and Sam Lincoln, and Catherine's from the Y rowing. Taking the lead away from the Melbourne crew, the Yarra Yarra composite crew with Y rowing club. I think she's rowing in the Yarra Yarra colours. In second place, Melbourne now being hotly pressed by Richmond in third position. Maybe in second place now ahead of Melbourne. Then back to Horsham City. Great to see Horsham with the regatta, with the crew here at the regatta, and then Ballarat City. But down towards the line, and Richmond coming out after the Yarra Yarra crew. God, it's almost a dead heat. Maybe Yarra Yarra Y by about 1/3 of a metre over the fast finishing Richmond crew. 4 seconds difference at the start, and certainly no difference at the finish much. In third place was Melbourne, fourth will be Horsham City, and fifth Ballarat City. So what a finish between Yarra Yarra and Richmond, locked together as they went across the line. The Richmond crew was Hannah Doherty McMillan, Aline Degar, Amy Caitlin and Geraldine Goss, with Sarah Horton, the Cox. I'll duck in next door to the judges and get the result there in a moment. Meantime, we've got two crews coming down in the next event. Melbourne University Composite with Albert Park on lane 5 in the lead from the Melbourne crew on lane 4. Doesn't look like Ngambie, Ballarat City, Melbourne Uni started in this event. This event sponsored by Roman Repairs, and we thank Robert Manning for his sponsorship of the regatta today. And this is the Masters Coxless Quads Cup. And the composite Melbourne University Albert Park crew, Lisa Lennox from Albert Park, Pamela Whiting, Melbourne Uni, Sue Gould of Melbourne, and Jennifer Bingham from Melbourne Uni. So we've got 3 clubs represented in the winning crew here. Melbourne University Composite with Melbourne Rowing Club and Albert Park as they come down to the line in race number 38. Scoring by 2 1/4 lengths to finish from Melbourne Rowing Club in second place.
Race 40, men's double scull final. Lane 3, Nestle Hamilton. Lane 4, Wendouree Ballarat. Lane 5, Melbourne. Lane 6, Corio Bay. There are handicaps in this race. Lane 3 to go on 44. lane 4 on 35.
Well, I've just got the result. Race 37, the Masters Quad Scull, sponsored by SJ Wood Family. And the winners right on the line were Richmond Rowing Club on lane 4. Second was Yarra Yarra Composite with Y on lane 2. Third was Melbourne Rowing Club on lane 3. And in the event just finished, it's the Banks Rowing Club that have won the A-grade double scull with Heinrich Vensky and Andrew Goldstein. In second place was Essendon Rowing Club, followed by the crew from Gippsland Grammar.
Easy 4, easy lane 3, incoming 5 and 6. Easy 5.
Doesn't look like the second Essendon crew. Oh, here they come now on lane 4. We'll be in 4th place. The winners there, Banks, Heinrich Vensky and Andrew Goldstein, taking out the A-grade double scull, race number 39 on day 2 of the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program. Well done to the Banks Rowing Club. Second was Essendon, Sven Huddeman and Jacob Owens, and third Gippsland Grammar, Ivan Lewis and Thomas Gillam. Banks, you can go into the presentation area at the end of the isthmus there to receive your trophy.
$25, $26, $27, $28, $29, $30.
Now the next event's the men's Masters double scull, race number 40.
4, 5.
Scheduled to start at 11:40, which is about 3 minutes' time. We've got race lane 3, Nestles Hamilton composite crew of Alan Clarence and Aaron Skinner, who we saw race earlier in the para event. They'll be off 44 seconds. Of 35 seconds, Tim Wise and Andrew Lehan from Wendouree Ballarat. Then on lane 5, Melbourne Rowing Club, Michael Dackick and Cal Boynton off 13 seconds. And lane 6, the outmarkers Corio Bay, James Weatherly and Ian Brigland. Ian's been coaching quite a lot of Corio Bay scullers, in particular the early part of the program today. We've mentioned his name many times. That race is underway. Now the outmarkers Corio Bay, who went off go, James Weatherly aged 82 and Ian Brigland aged 71 in this Masters double scull. They're classified as an I-class crew. They're in the lead at the moment from Melbourne, Michael Dackick and Cal Boynton, an H-class crew, who went off 13 seconds. Wendouree Ballarat, Tim Wise and Andrew Lehane off 35. And the Nestles composite crew are well back. They were off 44 seconds, but they're rowing against much older competitors here, if I can say that. Alan Clarence is 59 and Aaron Skinner is 32.
Race 41, female pairs, A final, lane 3, Wendouree Ballarat, Lukic, lane 5, Wendouree Ballarat, Richester, lane 6, Corio Bay. 5 minutes to start.
Wendouree Ballarat to the fore here. Tim Wise and Andrew Lehane, an E-class combination who started off 35 seconds behind Corio Bay. And they're keeping their work rate up and rating fairly high actually as they come in towards the line, even though they're well clear of Melbourne in second place, followed by the crew from Nestle Composite with Hamilton and Corio Bay. Down towards the line, Wendouree Ballarat, the host club today, scoring another victory. Tim Wise and Andrew Lehane. Congratulations, Tim and Andrew, convincing winners, scoring by about 8 lengths at the finish. From Melbourne Rowing Club, Michael Dakic and Kel Boynton, a couple of real veteran Masters rowers. We saw them at Rutherglen a few weeks ago and here at Ballarat today in perfect conditions for double sculling. Third position will be Corio Bay, James Weatherly and Ian Bregland. Even though the stroke man's got a white singlet on. So Corio Bay across the line third.
Keep paddling till I ask you to stop. Keep paddling till I ask
And
you
then
to
back
stop.
to the young guys in the boat race. Alan Clarence from Hamilton Rowing Club and Aaron Skinner from the Nestles Rowing Club in 4th place. But congratulations, Wendouree Ballarat, Tim Wise and Andrew Lehane. You can go across to the isthmus there to receive your trophy. Next event's the A-grade pair, sponsored by Bill Gribble, race number 41. We do have a scratching from Ballarat and Clarendon on lane 4. Lily Dwyer and Tuja Kazavanas, who we call in previous events. They are scratched from the final, or from this race. And as Penny Johnson, my co-commentator, pointed out earlier on, that the Lucy Richardson and Katie Jackson, Wendouree Ballarat, competed in the World Championships in Italy representing Australia. And they're racing here in the A-grade pair today. That's Lucy Richardson and Katie Jackson, coached jointly by Jamie McDonald and Paul Blanchfield. Jamie has switched out of the umpire's boat and Penny Johnson went in where he was. And they're often racing. Just the 3 crews coming down. I can't see any sign of Richmond at this stage. Now it's Wendouree Ballarat running 1-2 at the moment. After the first few hundred metres, the crew on lane 5, Lucy Richardson and Katie Jackson, the world who represented Australia in the under-19 World Champs in Italy in the 8 last year. Already comfortably out in front in this A-grade pair. Sponsored by Bill Gribble. Wendouree Ballarat in 2nd place, about 5 or 6 lengths behind. Coached by our club president, John King, and major sponsor, of course, in JB King, Ella Lukic and Lauren Salter. The leaders have got about 5 or 6 lengths already. And then Corio Bay back in 3rd place. Alice Joyce and Molly Clark Fernandez.
Race 42. Female pairs.
There will be a break in about 20 minutes time, the luncheon break. After race number 45. scheduled for 12:05, the C grade women's single scull.
Lane 6, Gippsland Grammar, the Harja.
So through the 500 metres of this race towards the 750 metre mark, where there's a big buoy on the south station, almost like a big barrel. Lucy Richardson and Katie Jackson from the Australian Under-19 World Championship 8 last year in Italy, showing good form at this early stages of the season here in the A-grade pair, sponsored by Bill Gribble on their own regatta program, Jamie McDonald and Paul Blanchfield coaching. As they come down to the line, Lucy Richardson and Katie Jackson in these absolutely beautiful conditions for pair-oar rowing. Well done, girls, Lucy and Katie. Scoring by about 10 lengths at the finish from their clubmates Ella Lukic and Lauren Salter, coached by John King in second place, and then well back to the third crew, which was, well, they did start on lane 6, Corio Bay, but they're out on about lane 2 at the moment, and it doesn't look like Richmond started in that event. So that event sponsored by Bill Gribble. We thank Bill for his sponsorship, and that was the A-grade pair won by Wendouree Ballarat, Lucy Richardson and Katie Jackson. So Lucy and Katie, you can go across and get your trophies at the end of the Isthmus there. Wendouree Ballarat having a good day so far, and John King tells me, the president of the club, that they've got about 50 rowers competing today, and quite a few successes already.
It's got the shoulders around it. Making it hard, things harder.
A bit of a false alarm there. I think it's after the
Keep
12:30
rowing, ladies,
race is
until I ask you to stop.
luncheon break today. So the next event is race 42, the B grade double scull final. We've had heats earlier on. The starters here, lane 2, Gippsland Grammar, April Harrison and Tilly Fox.
Easy all there.
Lane 3, Nagambi, Joe Somerville and Lily Rose, Paul Kraus. Lane 4,
Sitting forward.
Wendouree Ballarat, Mackenzie
Lane 5 and 6.
Beldouse and
Come up.
Mia
Half a length.
Woodburn. Corio Bay on lane 5.
Lane 2 and 3. Come up 2 metres.
Benson.
Easy 6. Easy 5. Easy 3. Keep coming 2 and 5. Easy 2. Easy 5.
Start. Center. Set.
Race 43, men's single scull B final. Lane 1, Corio Bay. Lane 2, Gippsland Grammar. Lane 3, Melbourne University. Lane 4, St Patrick's College. Lane 5, Footscray City. Lane 6, Hamilton and Alexandra. Lane 7, Yarra Yarra. 5 minutes to start. Keep paddling down till I ask you to stop. Lane 1, easy there. Lane 2, easy. Lane 5, easy. Lane 4, easy. 3, easy. 6, easy. Check it everywhere, sitting forward. Keep coming, lane 7. 1 length. Lane 3, 1 length. Easy 4, easy 7. Easy 3.
Well, they're well underway in the B grade women's double scull. Gippsland Grammar on lane 2 on the far side of the course, on the south side. Nagambie on 3, Wendouree Ballarat 4, Corio Bay on 5, Gippsland Grammar on 6, and Essendon on 7. The 6 crews coming down through the 500 metres. It would be that's Nagambie in front, Joe Somerville and Lily Rose Paul Krause. In second place would be Corio Bay, Beatrice Hearn and Stella Benson on lane 5. There's a little ripple on the water now with the southwesterly wind blowing down the course. Wendouree Ballarat in third place, followed by the crew nearest the judge, Essendon in fourth place. Then back to the far side, Gippsland Grammar in fifth place, just ahead of Gippsland Grammar on lane 6. In this race 42, the B grade women's double scull final. And Nagambie, great to see another regional area represented here. Joe Somerville, formerly from Rutherglen, of course, he transferred over to Nagambie so she could race here at the Regatta with Lily Rose Hall Prowse coming down with about 100 metres to go. And it's a terrific effort by Nagambie. They're really stretching out now over the concluding stages where the water is just that much a little bit flatter than it was in the early stages with that little ripple on the water. But it's going to be Nagambie to take out the B grade double scull in fine style, scoring by a length and a quarter at the finish. From Corio Bay in second place, Beatrice Stella Benson. Third position, the crew from Wendouree Ballarat, Mackenzie Kopke Verdus and Mia Woodburn. Fourth place would be lane 2, April Harrison and Lily Fox. From Gippsland Grammar, Essendon is in fifth place, Zoe De Silva, Abby Wickram and Bronte Basil. And bringing up the rear is Gippsland Grammar, Anastasia Bahaja and Ruby Lindray. Very, very, very good race there. But a great win to Nagambie Rowing Club, Joe Somerville and Lily Rose Hall Krause. Congratulations. And you can make your way over to the presentation area at the end of the isthmus there to receive your trophies. Next race is underway. Ahead of schedule, B grade single scull final, Corio Bay, Xander Bailey, lane 2, Jada Firth, lane 3, Melbourne Uni, Simon Cook, lane 4, St Patrick's College, William Charles, lane 5, Footscray City, Thomas Doherty, lane 6, Hamilton Alexandra College, and lane 7, Yarra Yarra, Tony Siritic. Right over there on the south station, Corio Bay, Xander Bailey in the lead. Coached by Ian Brigland, who we saw racing earlier in the double scull. Second place would be Gippsland Grammar Jada Firth alongside him on lane 2. And a little gap back to Sculler third from this side. Footscray City, Thomas Doherty just ahead of the Melbourne University Sculler Simon Cook, followed by St Patrick's College William Charles in 5th place. 6th place Yarra Yarra Tony Siratic, and 7th place would be Hamilton Hills out of College Nicholas Northeast. Nice long strokes in the water by Xander Bailey, holding off any challenge at all over the concluding stages of the B grade single scull final race, number 43. Down to the line he comes, Xander Bailey on lane 1. Haven't seen many win on lane 1 in the 2 days that we've had the regatta, but he scores by 3 lengths at the finish. On Gippsland Grammar, put up a good show in 2nd place. Jada Firth in 3rd position will be Footscray City, Thomas Doherty. 4th place, 3/4 a length behind him is St Patrick's College. Head of Melbourne University back in 5th place now. 6th place, lane 7, Yarra Yarra Tony Siratic, and 7th will be the Hamilton Alexandra College sculler Nicholas Southeast. Northeast, I should say. Sorry, not southeast. And great to have Hamilton College here at the regatta with quite a lot of entries today. So congratulations, Xander Bailey, coached by Ian Brigland, winner of the B grade single scull at the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta Day 2. Proudly sponsored by JB King, as our major sponsor, along with Perfect Balance, Alicia Wood's company. Next event's the under-17 single scull. We saw some great racing in the heat just a short while ago. That race scheduled to start at 12 o'clock, which is 3 or 4 minutes away by my calculation. And the starters here will be Gabriel Tozer of Footscray City on 2, Gippsland Grammar Jack Courtney on 3, Essendon Reese Davey on 4, Gippsland Grammar Samuel Reynolds on lane 5, lane 6 Gippsland Grammar Lagan Joshi, and lane 7 the local hope Wendouree Ballarat Joachim Henderson, nearest the judge, coached by Paul Lansfield. So Gippsland Grammar, 3 scullers in the final of the under-17 single scull. They're well behind the starting line before this race gets underway. Race number 44, the under-17 single scull, the 12 o'clock event. As we draw up towards the luncheon break at 12:30, maybe get into the marquee there, run by the Damascus College again today, where they've got the barbecue in action there with hamburgers and sausages, and alongside the
Easy lane 4.
the bean machine van's not busy for the first time.
Easy 5.
Seen that in a couple of days. And the boost
Easy
juice
6.
people have a wonderful
7.
range of boost juices
Easy 3.
available at their big van. You may wish to get in before the big crowd at lunchtime at 12:30 break. Still no start yet on the under-17 single scull.
45, female single sculls Division C final, lane 2 Essendon, lane 3 Footscray City, lane 4 Corio Bay Kew, lane 5 Corio Bay Watson, lane 6 Corio Bay Vanderpoel, lane 7 Essendon Araya. 5 minutes to start.
They're off and racing now in the under-17 single scull here on day 2 of the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program. Footscray City, Gabriel Tozer on lane 2, lane 3, Jack Courtney, Gippsland Grammar, lane 4, Essendon Reese Davey, lane 5, Gippsland Grammar, Samuel Reynolds, lane 6, Gippsland Grammar, Lagan Joshy, and lane 7, Wendouree Ballarat, Joachim Henderson. Slight ripple on the water, but still excellent conditions for single scull rowing here at Lake Wendouree today. It's like 5 starters of the 6 originally programmed. See Wendouree Ballarat there standing out on the as the judge here. Gippsland Grammar on lane 5, lane 4 Gippsland Grammar, lane 3 Essendon, lane 4. So one of the Gippsland Grammar scullers I think might be missing. Or is he there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the Footscray City sculler is the one I think missing, Gabriel Tozer. So lane 2 hasn't started. As they come down towards the 750 metre mark, it's the Essendon sculler on lane 4. Reese Davey comfortably in the lead. He's had a couple of lengths, maybe 2.5 lengths clear of Gippsland Grammar on lane 6, which is Lagan Joshy. Then Gippsland Grammar on lane 5, Samuel Reynolds, followed by the Wendouree Ballarat sculler Joachim Henderson, coached by Paul Blanchfield, and the 3rd Gippsland Grammar School sculler Jack Courtney in 5th place. But it's all the Essendon sculler in the Bombers colours, black with a red sash, coming down with about 10 strokes to go in the under-17 single scull. Reese Davey of the Essendon Rowing Club on lane 4, coming down to draw away from over the concluding stages from the Gippsland Grammar boys. And well done, Reese Davey of Essendon Rowing Club. 3.5 lengths clear over lane 6, Lagan Joshy of Gippsland Grammar, a length and a quarter further back to Samuel Reynolds of Gippsland Grammar. In 4th place will be Wendouree Ballarat, Joachim Henderson, and the 3rd Gippsland Grammar School sculler Jack Courtney in 5th place. Well done to our winner there from the Essendon Rowing Club, Reese Davey. And Reese, you can go over to the Southern Isthmus there to receive your trophy for winning that event.
Easy 2, easy 4, easy 5, easy 6, easy 7, incoming lane 3.
Next event 45, the C grade women's single scull. The final here at 12:05. It's just coming up to starting time. Essendon on lane 2 on the South Station, Polly Jean Butterfield, coached by Marie Claire Gemmell. Lane 3, Footscray City, Claire McHugh. Lane 4, Corio Bay, Mackenzie Pugh, coached by Ian Brigland. who's coaching the other two Corio Bay crews or scullers. On lane 5, Lolita Watson, lane 6, Ariel Van der Pol, and Essendon lane 7, Menya Aira. So Essendon 2 scullers, Corio Bay 3 and Footscray City 1.
Race 46, female cox, 4 final, lane 2 Richmond, lane 3 Ballarat City, lane 4 Richmond Marsh, lane 5 Ballarat Grammar, lane 6 Gippsland Grammar. 5 minutes to start. Keep battling to the start until I ask you to stop. Easy 5, easy 3. Easy 4, easy 6, check it. Easy 2. Half a length, lane 3 and lane 2. Easy 3, easy 2.
Underway now in the C-grade women's single scull, coming through the 500 metre mark. Looks like the sculler on lane 4, Mackenzie Pugh, holding a slight lead over her clubmate Lolita Watson on lane 5, and back to lane 6, Corio Bay, also Ariel Van der Pol. So they're running first, second and third in my estimation at the moment from where I sit. Essendon in 4th place, Polly Jean Butterfield, followed by Footscray City Claire McHugh, and the other Essendon sculler on lane 7, Menya Aira, back in 6th place on lane 7, nearest the judge. We've got Corio Bay running 1, 2, 3 at the moment. With Mackenzie Pugh, coached by Ian Brigland, who's coaching the other 2 scullers as well from Corio Bay down there at Geelong. And she's really starting to sprint away now on lane 4. Into this very slight breeze that's blowing on the course today. Mackenzie Pugh comes down towards the line with about 150 metres to go in the C-grade women's single scull. Race 45 on day 2 of the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program. And she's sculling beautifully in the C-grade single scull. Mackenzie Pugh from Corio Bay, sprinting away from the field over the concluding stages with nice, strong, long strokes on the water as she goes across the line first. Very good race for second now between Ariel van der Poel cutting up to second place, just ahead of Lolita Watson in third position, followed by Essendon, Polly Jean Butterfield in fourth place. Fifth will be Footscray City Claire McHugh, and sixth will be Essendon Mania Araya on lane 7. Congratulations to our winner, and a very impressive win at that, Mackenzie Pugh from Corio Bay, single C-grade single scull winner of the final race 45. And Mackenzie Pugh, you can go across to the Southern Isthmus to receive your trophy. Now we go to race number 46, the B-grade women's Cox 4. And the crews are coming down the course now with race number 46 on the program. With the crew in the lead, Ballarat Grammar on lane 5. From the crew from Richmond on lane 4. Back to perhaps the crew from Richmond on lane 2. Ballarat City in between there. And Gippsland Grammar on this side of the course, followed by the Richmond crew on lane 4 at the rear of the field. But down towards the line comes the Ballarat Grammar crew. Eloise Adam, Winnie Taylor, Olivia Mole, Ella Gleeson and Ava Crocker the Cox as they go across the line. Ballarat Grammar score by 2 1/4 lengths at the finish from Ballarat City. In third place, Gippsland Grammar on lane 6, a good performance by them. Fourth was Richmond on lane 2, and fifth Richmond on lane 4. But congratulations to our winners of the B grade Cox 4 from Ballarat Grammar. On lane 5, Eloise Adam in the bow seat, Winnie Taylor, Olivia Mole and Ella Gleeson with Ava Crocker the Cox.
Lane 4, keep coming. Lane 2, keep coming. Come up a canvas, lane 5, lane 4, lane 3. Come up a length, lane 2. Come up a canvas, lane 7. Easy 4, easy 3. Easy 2. Light touch 7. Easy 7. Go!
Next event on the program is getting just about getting underway. The under 17 Cox Quad Scull, sponsored by the Ballarat Asset Recording. We've got lane 2 Ballarat High, lane 3 Hamilton and Alexandra College, lane 4 Gippsland Grammar, lane 5 Ballarat Grammar, lane 6 Hamilton and Alexandra College. Again coached by Simon Ross. Simon bringing the crews here today, and Damascus College on lane 7.
3 Ballarat High, number 5.
That's by Paul Blanchfield, and of course Damascus College are running the food stall on the South Bank, A few starters there under the big marquee, right underneath the very large pine tree. And they're underway in race number 47. The 6 crews have started from the 1,000-metre start. Lucky with the weather today, the wind has kept right down to a very small, slight head breeze. Maybe coming in from the side a little bit, but affecting none of the crews. Now, one of the crews has dropped her back a bit. That's Ballarat High on lane 2. And the early leader looks to be Hamilton Alexander College on lane 6 and Damascus College on lane 7 on this side of the course. Then back to lane 4, Gippsland Grammar, followed by Ballarat Grammar on lane 5. But gee, there's only about a length covering the first 5 crews of this 6-boat final of the the under 17 quad scull, sponsored by Ballarat Asset Recording. Ballarat Grammar emerging into the lead here now, stroked by Zoe Wright, behind her Maggie Harris, Addison Maxted and Harriet Hegney in the bow seat, with Ella Marshall the Cox leading narrowly from Gippsland Grammar in 2nd place. Now Gippsland Grammar has got the bow person with a white singlet on. Whether they've made a change to the crew. They're really throwing out a challenge now. Maybe have put their bow in front. Gippsland Grammar on lane 4. Ahead of Ballarat Grammar, who led through the 500. Then back in 3rd place, Hamilton and Alexander College on lane 3. Followed by Damascus College on lane 7. In 4th place, then Hamilton Alexander College on lane 6. And Ballarat High School bringing up the rear. We're down towards the finishing line, and the bow girl is Kate McNeil from Mercantile, and they're going to take it out. The composite Gippsland Grammar composite crew with Mercantile, 1 length to Ballarat Grammar in 2nd place. Another length away to Hamilton and Alexander College in 3rd place on lane 3. 4th position, lane 7, Damascus College, a third of a length further back to Hamilton Alexander College in 5th place, and bringing up the rear in the light blue colours is Ballarat High School over there on lane 2. But congratulations to our composite crew, Gippsland Grammar Mercantile, Kate McNeil Mercantile in the bow seat, and the other competitors from Gippsland Grammar, Scarlett Tavaski, April Harrison, stroke Tilly Fox and Cox. Lucy Hodges. Congratulations, winners of the under 17 quad scale, sponsored by Ballarat Asset Recording. And you can go over to the Southern Isthmus there when you can get through with your boat to receive the trophies for that event. Congratulations.
Check it there. Keep coming lane 2. Keep coming lane 5.
Now we've still got 3 more events listed before the luncheon interval. Next one's the beginners Cox Quad Scull, race number 48. Ballarat High on lane 3. Hamilton and Alexander College on 4. Ballarat High School on 5, and Hamilton and Alexandra College on lane 6.
Easy 4, easy 3.
That's to be followed by the mixed quad scull, sponsored by BHHSO Victoria.
Keep coming up, keep
That's
coming.
a big field of 8 starters.
Light touch 4,
Wendouree Ballarat,
easy 5,
Richmond,
keep coming 6 and 4.
Wendouree Ballarat, Melbourne, Mercantile, Melbourne, and Gippsland Grammar.
Easy 6, easy 4.
Attention, go.
So the crew's lining up for the beginners quad scull at the 1,000 metre mark, race 48. And the 4 crews are away. Ballarat High School number 5, Hamilton Alexander College on lane 4. Lane 5, Ballarat High, and lane 6, Hamilton Alexander College. So 4 crews away from the 1,000 metre start in race 48. Program right on time. Quad scull is the next event. Scheduled for 12:25. I noticed one of the crews there, Gippsland Grammar, had at least one competitor in that earlier event, so whether they're going to be able to make it or not, I don't know. Becoming more and more popular, the mixed events, not just in rowing but in other sports as well. And in fact in golf, the girls and the boys are playing in the same events in a number of occasions so far this golfing season. And perhaps the best away is the Hamilton Alexander College crew on lane 6, with Jemima Kosh in the bow seat. The famous Kosh family from Western Victoria. Phoebe Barker, Amelia Bradbeer, Molly Walker, and Emma Donovan, the Cox, coached by Paul Mould. Well, on this side, still in the lead here, Hamilton Alexander College. Ballarat High School on lane 3, perhaps in second place. Pretty close between those two crews. And a length and a half back to Hamilton Alexander College on lane 4, and then half a length back to Ballarat High School on lane 5. It's going to be an interesting effort by the starter. Shane Wood to line up the 8 crews in the next event, race number 49, the mixed quad scull, sponsored by BHHSO Victoria.
Easy 4, easy 3, easy 1.
Well, very keenly contested race all the way down the course is the beginner quad scull. Hamilton Alexandra College now under real pressure from Ballarat High School number 5. Brooklyn Metcalf, Kyra Ruhan, Lily Tamo, and Kate Raynan, coxed by Caden Spruce. Coached by Robert Simmons. They're going to draw to the lead here, Ballarat High School. Good to see the Ballarat High School have a win if they can hold on, but they've still got pressure over the Hamilton and Alexander College crew on lane 6, but Ballarat High School will win by about a metre at the finish in what has been a greatly contested event. Ballarat High first in the beginners quad scull, second Hamilton and Alexander, about 4 lengths back to Hamilton and Alexander in third place, coming up to the line and drifting across the line with Ballarat High School. On lane 5, also stopped rowing before the line in 4th place. But congratulations, Ballarat High. I think that's the first win over the 2 days. Brooklyn Metcalf, Kyra Ruhan, Lily Trumho and Kate Raynon, with Caden Spruce Cox, and coached by Robert Simmons. Now the next event's underway, the penultimate event before the luncheon break. There is a para double scull schedule, but whether they're going to come down, I'm not sure. Only one starter there.
Did they get it or not?
Kansas, lane 4.
The starter, Shane Wood, has done a wonderful job getting these crews away in the mixed quad scull, sponsored by BHHSO Victoria.
Easy, check it there. Yep.
And that's the Department of Health and Human Services sponsoring this event. I didn't realise what BHHSO meant, but I've looked it up and it says Department of Health and Human Services.
Light touch 4 and 2. Lane 5, don't move, please. Lane 4 and lane 3. Touch it up, please, slightly.
And it's like the Mercantile crew on lane 7 has taken the lead there through the 500 metres. Jessica Wraith, Tim Brooke Crooks, Patrick Wellham and Megan Small, with Lynn Charge the coxswain according to the program. We saw her in the single scull a little while ago. Melbourne Rowing Club in second place. Looks like Gippsland Grammar is the crew that didn't start. And fair way back to Richmond on lane 2 and Richmond on lane 3. Then back to Melbourne Rowing Club, Wendouree Ballarat and the other Wendouree Ballarat crew at the rear of the field. Down towards the line, and it's going to be the crew from Mercantile down to the line. Casey Jobling, Jency Kelderman and Dean Catvillas, with Ben Worth and Jordan King the cox. Melbourne kept them honest all the way down the course. It scored Mercantile by about 3/4 of a length at the finish. Melbourne second, Richmond on lane 2 in third place, Richmond on lane 3 in fourth place. Fifth will be the crew from Melbourne Rowing Club on lane 5. And then a long way back to the 2 Wendouree Ballarat crews. But at least they're competing. On lane 4 in 6th place and lane 1 in 7th position. Gippsland Grammar not starting in race 8. On lane 8. So well done to the Mercantile crew, Casey Jobling, Genesee Kelderman, Dean Castavelis and Ben Worth, coxed by Jordan King. Winners of the mixed Cox Quad Scull, sponsored by BHHSO Victoria, the Department of Health Victoria. See Wendouree Ballarat coming through in 6th place, and still one to come, Wendouree Ballarat in 7th position. The final race before the luncheon interval is underway. We've got the composite crew from Hamilton Rowing Club and Nestles Rowing Club. Sure, the other crews who they are. We've got Essendon in 2nd place and Wendouree Ballarat in 3rd position. Mercantile, you can go across to the presentation area, which you're coming up to now at the Cesspit, to get your trophies for taking out the mixed quad scull. Race number 49 on day 2 of the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program, being held in absolutely beautiful conditions prevailing here. There's still the one race to come. That's the Para Double Scull with the 2 clubs from Western Victoria, Hamilton and Nestles, getting together with Alan Clarence from Hamilton Rowing Club in the bow seat and Aaron Skinner from the Nestles Rowing Club in the stroke seat. Coming down clear of the Essendon crew in 2nd place, and then well back to Wendouree Ballarat in 3rd position. So good to see the 2 clubs getting together here. Nestles from Hamilton, from Western Victoria, Alan Clarence from Hamilton Rowing Club in the green colours in the bow seat, and Aaron Skinner from Nestles in the stroke seat, from both from Western Victorian clubs. And my co-commentator bringing the boat in. Penny Johnson with the President of Rowing Victoria. You do have distinguished company, Penny. There's a good old boat to John Hayes. I will remember John from Wendouree Ballarat, the pair that was rowing there in 3rd place in the Para Double Scull, which concludes the racing on day 1, first half of the program, the second half still to come. And that's scheduled to start with race number 51 at 20 past 1, which is at 45 minutes time. Chance for the break for the Rowing Victorian morning shift. Shane Wood was the aligner. Our umpires were Brooke Parsons, Bruce McGuinness, Ross Litchfield, Rod Florence, Deb Spring, the Victorian President of Rowing Victoria, our Marshal David Gribbets, our Paul Dickerson, our Chief Judge, and the Level 1 assistants there in the judging area, and Stephen Spring, head of control, also with level 1. So you've got a great opportunity to have something to eat or drink during the luncheon break. I'm sure the people at Damascus Rowing Club or College would be delighted to see you in their marquee under the big pine tree right adjacent to the finishing line. Then we've got the Bean Me Up coffee machine in the van, and alongside the Boost Juice have a great range of Boost Juice, well, famous Boost Juice in fact, during the luncheon break. So have a little bit of a break, have a little bit of lunch, and resuming racing at 1:20.
JJ King hose, steel frame hose. JJ King hose, steel frame hose.
Discover a world of difference at Floor World. We're the friendly experts in the industry with decades of combined experience. No matter where you are in Australia, you're sure to find a store near you with 38 sites nationwide. We offer more than just flooring and pride ourselves on our solid and trustworthy advice.
Don't you love it when people say, I just love your accent? Where are you from? That's your cue to get your Aussie on. Aussie, born and bred, made and owned. A lot like Haynes Paint, really. Born in Ballarat in 1935, Haynes is actually the only major paint brand that's made and owned right here in Australia. What? I know, it's crazy, huh? Who you talking to? Oh, what's that? You want the best quality? You're on. Haynes has been rated best paint by CanStar Blue 5 years in a row. Not 4, not 3, 5! I mean, that's nuts. Oh, you want colour? When you paint with Haynes, you can channel earthy warmth, peaceful zen, softness, vitality, or any other vibe. When you paint on Haynes, you're painting on everything this fantastic fruit salad of a country means to you. Haynes Paint. It's Aussie, and it's the best. So go on, paint on, Australia.
With Optus, you can power the potential of Australians in need. Simply donate your data on My Optus app. It starts with yes.
The Victorian Pathway program gives the opportunity for talented young coxers and rowers to represent Victoria and row in the Vic Pathway 8. There are 2 crews selected, male and female 8. They compete in the Australian Pathway Regatta held in Penrith from the 26th to the 28th of April. Athletes need to be under 18. For further information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches, go to the Rowing Victoria website, Pathway tab, and into the State Teams area. Coaches nominations are due on the 22nd of February. Athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early to enable selectors to monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn Oliver. I am the State Pathway Coordinator for Rowing Victoria.
Now they're coming to line for the start of the first race on this afternoon's program. Race 51, the school girls quad scale. 1, 2 and 3, year 10s. Damascus College on lane 2 on the south side of the course. Damascus College on lane 3. Hamilton and Alexander College on lane 4. Hamilton and Alexander College on 5 and Damascus College on lane 6. So these are the year 10s, division 1, 2 and 3 in the quad scale. Damascus College with 3 crews and Hamilton and Alexander College with 2 from the 1,000-metre start. Perfect conditions all the way down the course. The breeze that we had this morning is, which wasn't very much any rate, is virtually down to nothing. I hope you've had a good lunch and break and supported our Damascus College marquee over there with their food and the Bean Me Up machine with the van and also the boost juice. Still no start yet, just about ready to get underway from the 1,000-metre mark. Our aligner this afternoon is Brooke Parsons, who was one of our umpires this morning. And our marshal, Ross Litchfield, bringing them up into line. And they're racing now in race number 51 to start this afternoon's program. The combination of 3 divisions of the year 10, Division 3, Division 2, Division 1. And Damascus College has the only Division 3. And they've also got Division 2 along with Hamilton College, Hamilton Alexander College, and there's 2 Division 1s. So on 5 and 6. So divisions, I presume, are first, second and third crews, but maybe they're going to sort it out a bit today. So the crew from Hamilton Alexander College on lane 5 going out to the early lead here. Jemima Ross, Sue, Rihanna, Kim, Sophie Merrin and Ava Mould, with Charlotte Butcher, the Cox, and Simon Ross, who does a great job at Hamilton Alexander College, is coaching this crew as well as the crew on lane 4, who are probably in second place. That's the Hamilton Alexander College. Olivia Rees stroking that crew with Georgina Russell, Henrietta Russell and Harriet Nichols, with Minnie Walker, the Cox, on lane 4. So it's lane 5 ahead of lane 4, Hamilton and Alexander College, first and second. In third place would be Damascus College on lane 3, followed by Damascus College on lane 6, and bringing up the rear is the Division 3 of the Year 10 at Damascus College on lane 2 in 5th place. So this is a preliminary. They will be having another row later on, but this sorts them out a little bit, and the crew from Hamilton and Alexander College on lane 5 through the 1500 on towards the 750 metre mark, or through the 1,000, through the 500 metres I should say. These races are only over 1,000, and they've cleared right away. The crew, Hamilton and Alexander College, their number 1 crew from the Year 10s, about 3 lengths now clear of their number 2 crew on lane 4, followed by Damascus College Year 1, or Division 1 of their crew on lane 6, challenging the Hamilton College crew on lane 4, then back to Damascus College on lane 3, and Damascus College on lane 2, bringing up the rear. So down towards the finishing line, and appreciating the beautiful conditions prevailing here at Lake Wendouree this afternoon. It's Hamilton and Alexander College on lane 5. Across the line first, scoring by 2.5 lengths from the school's crew on lane 4, their number 2 crew. Then follows Damascus College number 1 crew on lane 6 in 3rd place. Then follows Damascus College number 2 on lane 3 in 4th place. And 5th position will be Damascus College on lane 2, their 3rd crew in the Year 10. Now they're away in the quad scale Year 10 Division 3. 5 crews away in this event, race number 52. There's a lot of these competitors in the race we've just seen, and the one coming up, some of them are in for their first regatta today. And pick up an early leader. It looks like St Patrick's College over there on lane 3. Bill Broidy is stroking the crew. Lachlan Warland, Joshua Roberts and Spencer Horgan, with Blake Roberts the Cox. In 2nd place would be St Patrick's College on lane 5, and follows St Pat's College on lane 6. Then Ballarat Grammar with Millie Cust in the Cox and seat on lane 4, and Ballarat Clarendon on lane 2 in 5th place. But it's St Pat's College running 1, 2, 3 in the school Cox quad scale Year 10 Division 3. First 3 through to the A final, the remaining 2 crews to the B final. It certainly looks like the 3 St Pat's crews will go through to the A final. The remainder 2 crews, Ballarat Grammar and College, through to the B final. Down towards the line with about half a dozen strokes to go is the St Patrick's College crew on lane 3. Spencer Horgan, Joshua Roberts, Lachlan Warland and Billy Broidy with Blake Roberts and Cox, scoring by 3 lengths at the finish from the crew on lane 5, St Pat's in 2nd place. 3rd position will be St Pat's on lane 6, followed by Ballarat Grammar with Millie Cust right up the front of the boat in 4th place, and Ballarat and Clarendon College in 5th place. Now this latter 2 crews will get a 2nd row in the B final of that event. Next event's the 2nd heat of that quad scale, Year 10 Division 3. We've got 3 Ballarat and Clarendon College Crews and Albert Park College will be the starters here. And it looks like they're away. Albert Park College on lane 6 nearest the judge. Perhaps getting the early lead away from the other two Ballarat and Clarendon crews. Looks like the crew on lane 3 not starting from Ballarat and Clarendon College, just the two crews on lanes 4 and 5. The Ballarat schools in training for this year's Head of the Lake, apart from other regattas, but the Head of the Lake here on the last Sunday in February, on the 28th of February, so not long to go, 3 weeks away to that Head of the Lake here. Always an exciting event here at Lake Wendouree. They'd be dying for conditions similar to what we've got today. The crew from Albert Park College, either coached by Minnie Cade or Virginia Lee, not listed in the program. Maxon Hall, Noah Gray, Daniel Tappenden and Ari Rassace, with James Tippett, with Joshua Hall, the Cox. They cleared right away from the two Ballarat and Clarendon crews. And Ballarat and Clarendon on lane 4 in second place, stroked by Adam Dowar and Joshua Long, the Cox there. And back in third place in between them is Charlie King, Will Wakeling, Jake Connolly and Frederick Finch, stroking the crew, James Tippett in third place. And it's all Albert Park College, stroked by Ari Rassace, doing it very well out in front, about 4 lengths to 5 lengths over Ballarat and Clarendon on lane 4 in second position. As they come down in the second heat of the quad scale, year 10 Division 3 for the boys. And it's going to be a convincing win to Albert Park College as they cross the line on lane 6, 4 lengths clear over Ballarat and Clarendon on lane 4. In second place, Ballarat and Clarendon on lane 5 in third place. Next event's race number 54, the 1:35 event, right on starting time. School 4's quad scull, I should say, year 10, Division 2 and Division 1. Ballarat and Clarendon on 2, St Pat's College on 3, Ballarat Grammar on 4, Ballarat Clarendon on 5, Gippsland Grammar on lane 6, 7. Lane 7 is St Pat's College, and lane 8, the 7th crew, Ballarat Grammar. And the 7 crews are away from the 1,000-metre start in race number 54, right on starting time. Ballarat Clarendon on lane 2, St Pat's on 3, Ballarat Grammar on 4, Ballarat Clarendon on 5, Gippsland Grammar on lane 6, St Patrick's College on lane 7, and Ballarat Grammar on lane 8. So lanes 5 to 8 are all Year 10 Division 1, and lanes 2, 3 and 4 Division 2 of the Year 10. So after about 300 metres, it's pretty tight for the lead here. Crew from St Patrick's College on lane 3, and alongside them Ballarat and Clarendon College on lane 2. Then across to Ballarat and Clarendon on lane 5, who will probably in the lead over St Pat's, followed by Ballarat Grammar. Then follows St Pat's on lane 3, followed by lane 2, Ballarat and Clarendon. And dropping off is the crew from Ballarat Grammar on lane 4. This is race 54, the Year 10 Quad Sculls, Division 2 and Division 1. Division 2 on lanes 2, 3 and 4, and Division 1 on lane 5, 6, 7 and 8. And St Patrick's College, the crew on lane 3. A couple of changes after this. Division 2 ahead of Division 1. Pretty tight for the lead as they come down towards the finishing line. With just a few strokes to go, but it looks like St Pat's on lane 3 will hold on to win by about 2 metres from lane 5 in second place, followed by lane 7 in third position. A bit of school rivalry there, with Ballarat Claridge and Clarendon on lane 2 in fourth place. Fifth place was Gippsland Grammar on lane 6. 6 will be Ballarat Grammar on lane 4. And I missed the Ballarat and Grammar crew under the judges' tower here. They were in fourth place. Fifth was Ballarat and Clarendon. 6 was Gippsland Grammar, and 7th was Ballarat Grammar on lane 4. So well done to the winners there. St Patrick's College, a little bit of rivalry there. They were listed as the number 2 crew, and the number 1 crew they beat. The winning combination there was James Clark, Brendan Hackwill, Cooper Neal, and Charlie Elliott in the stroke seat with Noah Carrington in the coxswain seat. First, all the crews, that was a final. There's no preliminary for that event. So well done to St Patrick's College, number 2 crew in the Year 10. As we see the A-grade single scull coming down now, this event sponsored by Baker's Delight at Wendouree. Fantastic baking company, Baker's Delight. We have franchise businesses all over Australia and Canada. Do a wonderful job with their breads and other gear that they sell. And right on the South Station here, the Ballarat Grammar School sculler, who's had a very, very busy weekend. Lockie Heath, coached by Paul Commons, coming down towards the finishing line in the lead here in the first heat of the A-grade single scull over St Patrick's College, Angus Murfitt, and the sculler from Ballarat Clarendon, Lachlan Clark. He'll finish second, I think. Lachlan second, just ahead of the St Pat's Angus Murfitt in third place. Very, very tight for fourth between the two Ballarat Grammar boys. I'd give it to lane 3 fourth, lane 5 in fifth place, lane 7 Ballarat Grammar in sixth position, and lane 7 in lane 4 in seventh place. 1, 3, 4, 7, 5, 2, 6 down the page. First 2 through to the A final, the remainder being eliminated. So Lachlan or Lockie Heath from Ballarat Grammar and Ballarat Clarendon. I gave it to Lachlan Clark in second place. And the second heat is big entry here in this event. We have a scratching on lane 7 from Banks, Andrew Goldstein. Well, the school competitors against the club rowers. And we've got a club rower here in Sam Wilson, who's well out in front on lane 2. Coming towards the 750 metre mark in this second heat of the A-grade single scull. Sponsored by Baker's Delight at Wendouree. Sam Wilson showing his class here in the A-grade single scull second heat, sponsored by Baker's Delight at Wendouree. He's out about 4 or 5 lengths in front of the St Pat Sculler.
I've literally just changed out a battery, that's it.
Ned Bennett, followed by William Hexter of St Pat's, as Sam Wilson just eases his work right down to save himself for the final, scoring by about 4 lengths to finish from lane 2 or lane 3. Ned Bennett of St Pat's in third place. Missing out on the final is William Hexter, followed by lane 5 Alexander or Xander Borum, and 5th St Pat's Paddy O'Brien. So first and second into the final there, Mercantile Sam Wilson and Ned Bennett of St Pat's. One more heat to go, which was scheduled to start at 1:50, and they're lining up near the start now for race 57.
Lane 3 hard check, lane 7 1 metre, lane 7 hard check, lane 5 half metre, lane 5 hard check, lane 2 half a metre, lane 3 half a metre, lane 3 lane 2 hard check, lane 5 half a metre, hard check lane 5, line.
Where's the side? Attention, go!
Race 58, female B-grade single sculls, heat 1, Hamilton lane 1, Richmond lane 2, Eston lane 3, Ballarat Grammar lane 4, Gippsland Grammar lane 5, Nagambie lane 6, Hamilton and Alexander lane 7.
Weather underway in the third and final heat of the A-grade single scull, sponsored by Baker's Delight at Wendouree. Race number 57 on the program today, got away before starting time, about 4 or 5 minutes in fact, in front of the time listed in the program. Good race developing on the south side of the course between Sven Hutterman from Essendon and Wendouree Ballarat. Alongside him, Joshua Matheson. They've gone out to the lead narrowly. Over the bank sculler, Heinrich Vensky, coached by Brendan Scott. And back on this side of the course, Gippsland Grammar, Anthony Smith, followed by Rhys Davey of Essendon and Ballarat Grammar, Oliver Harris, at the rear about 4 or 5 lengths behind the leading sculler, who has got about 600 metres to go.
Lane 6, hard check.
Josh Matheson of the Wendouree Ballarat Club, coached by
Hard check.
Sam Hutchison and Paul Blanchfield.
Lane 1, 1 metre. Lane 1, hard check. Lane 2, 1 metre.
And the sculler on this side doing well, Anthony Smith of Gippsland Grammar. They wouldn't be able to see him very well right over there on the south stations.
Lane 5, 1
Heinrich
metre.
Vensky
Lane 6, 1 metre.
from Banks
Lane
up
5,
there in
hard
third
check.
place, followed by fourth place
Lane
Sven
3, 1
Hutterman
metre. Lane
from
6, hard
Essendon
check.
on the far side. And back to
Lane 3, hard check. 1.
Rhys Davey, and then Oliver Harris from Ballarat Grammar bringing up the rear. 350 metres out now, and it's Wendouree Ballarat, Joshua Matheson. That'll great pleasure to the president, John King, is president of the club at Wendouree Ballarat, as well as being our major sponsor today with his company. And he's getting a good look back at the rest of the field here. Joshua Matheson from Wendouree Ballarat in race number 57, the third and final heat of the A-grade single scull. Right on this side is also up there in contention, Gippsland Grammar Anthony Smith, followed by the bank sculler Heinrich Vensky. So down towards the line, it's going to be Wendouree Ballarat, Joshua Matheson to take out the third and final heat of the A-grade single scull. About a third of a length clear over Gippsland Grammar in Anthony Smith. A length and a quarter back to the bank sculler in third place. Fourth will be Essendon Sven Hutterman. Fifth, Essendon lane 5, Rhys Davey, and sixth will be lane 6, Ballarat Grammar, Oliver Harris. So Wendouree Ballarat, Joshua Matheson, and Gippsland Grammar Anthony Smith into the final. Should be a great event later on in the program. Next event's underway, race number 58, the B grade single scull for the girls. Heat 1, Hamilton, lane 1, Eliza Millard, lane 2, Richmond, Gabriella Becaire Fuenti, lane 3, Essendon, Jade Williamson, lane 4, Ballarat Grammar, Meg Shaw, lane 5, Gippsland Grammar, Scarlett Tavaski, lane 6 is Nagambie Lily Rose Paul Kraus, and lane 7, Hamilton Alexander College, Amy Innes. And the first, second and third into the final here of the B grade single scull. In the second heat, scratch lane 2, Richmond Emily Burke. Second from the inside here, Nagambie Lily Rose Hall Kraus is in the lead from the sculler alongside a Gippsland Grammar Scarlett Tavaski. Pretty tight for third then, between about three or four scullers really. Maybe the Ballarat Grammar School sculler Meg Shaw, just ahead of Essendon Jade Williamson, followed by Gabrielle Becker Fuenti and Eliza Millard from Hamilton on the outside, and then down on the inside station, Amy Innes, also from Hamilton Alexander College, back at the rear of the field. 7 scullers coming down in this first heat of the B grade women's single scull. The first 3 through to the final. The remainder to be eliminated. With the Essendon sculler still leading, Jade Williamson. She's got a length and a quarter in front. She's eased her work rate right back. No doubt saving herself for the final, which is not far away in time. And in the Gambie sculler, Lily Rose Hall Krause, who's had success already today, coming down to the line. A comfortable winner, Lily Rose Hall Krause from the Gambie across the line first. Second, Gippsland Grammar Scarlett Tavaski. And lane 4 also into the final, Meg Shaw from Ballarat Grammar. Pretty tight for 5th place between the sculler on lane 3, Essendon Jade Williamson. Just ahead of lane 7, Amy Innes from Hamilton and Alexander College. 6 was Hamilton Eliza Millard, and 7th, lane 2, Richmond Gabriella Beckhair Fianti. There's the all clear from the following umpire. And lane 2 is scratched in race number 59, the second heat of the B grade single scull. Emily Burke has withdrawn. So that's the next event on the program, scheduled for 2 o'clock. We're still about 6 or 7 minutes away, but the starters have been getting them away early. So that's the next event to come down.
Race 59, female B grade single scull, heat 2, Corio Bay Benson, lane 1, Hamilton lane 3, Damascus lane 4, Nestles lane 5, Corio Bay Hearn lane 6, Mercantile lane 7. We'll wait for the last sculler to join us, then we will move down together. Okay, all crews just paddle down slowly. Lane 3, let it run. Lane 4, let it run. Lane 1, keep coming, 2 metres. Lane 5, 1 metre. Lane 6, 3 metres. Lane 7, 3 metres. Lane 1, hard check. Lane 4, 2 metres. Lane 5, 2 metres. Lane 5, lane 6, lane 5 hard check, lane 6 1 metre, lane 7 1 metre, lane 3 1 metre, lane 6 hard check, lane 7 hard check, lane 3 hard check, lane 1 half a metre, lane 3 half a metre, lane 1 hard check, lane 3 hard check, lane 4 half a metre, lane 4 half a metre, lane 4 hard check. Right.
Next start, attention, go.
Well, we're off and racing now in race number 59, the second heat of the B grade single scull. Well, I mentioned earlier we've got a scratching there on from the sculler on lane 2. Richmond Emily Burke is out. Coria Bay, Beatrice Hearn away to a good start on lane 6. Perhaps taking the early lead away from Mercantile on lane 7, Genesi Kelderman. And back in third place would be Hamilton, Leoma Barntoff, followed by Damascus College, Charlie Gartland. Then the Nestle sculler, Emma Van Durenhoven. And right over on the far side, Coria Bay, Stella Benson sneaking up through the 500 metre mark towards the lead. Which the Mercantile sculler taking the lead there at the 500 metre mark. Genesee Kelderman, coached by Annabelle Eaton. Over the sculler right on the south station on lane 1, Stella Benson. And in third place would be Coria Bay, Beatrice Hearn, who led early on but dropped back into third place now under challenge for that position by the Damascus College sculler in Charlie Gartland, coached by Brad Butel. Then follows Hamilton Rowing Club, Leoma Barntoff,
will all come up together.
And a fair way back is the Nestle sculler Emma Van Diehoven. Nearest the judge on lane 7, it's Genesee Kelderman in the lead, the B-class sculler in the B-grade single scull second heat. Pretty tight for the minor placings between the two Corio Bay scullers, Beatrice Hearn on lane 6 and Stella Benson right over on lane 1 on the south side of the course. And the Damascus Sculler College Charlie Gartland trying very hard to get that all-important second or third position in the final as the rest are eliminated from the event. So down towards the line and underneath the judge's box is lane 7. Mercantile Genesee Kelderman across the line first. Going to be tight for second between the two. Well done, Genesee. The two Corio Bay Cruise scullers. Lane 6, I think, will get up for second place. Beatrice Hearn just ahead of Stella Benson. And the remaining cruise scullers will be eliminated. Damascus College Charlie Gartland. Hamilton Rowing Club Leoma Bartoff. And 6 will be Nestle's Emma Van Diehoven. Down the pages I had it 3 blank 5 4 6 2 1. Those 3 through to the final in the B grade women's single scull. Next event's race number 60, a preliminary event for the quad scull year 9. Divisions 3, 2 and 1, all in the one race. And that's scheduled to start in about 2 minutes' time at 2:05. Ballarat High, Damascus College, Hamilton and Alexandra College. They have 2 crews on lanes 3 and 4. Ballarat on 5, Damascus College 6, Damascus College 7 and Ballarat on 8. Ballarat High on. That's the next event on the program, the preliminary for the Year 9 quad sculls. Race number 60.
Do that to him. I was a copy collie.
And they're underway in race number 60, the Year 9 quad sculls. Divisions 3, 2 and 1 altogether. And second from the inside here, Damascus College going well early on. Along with the crew alongside them, also Damascus College. Back in third place would be Ballarat High School on lane 5. Those three clues have gone clear of the rest of the field. We've got the two Hamilton and Alexander College crews on 3 and 4. And back to Ballarat High School on lane 1. Damascus College on lane 2. Second from the rear of the field, and Ballarat High School on lane 8 have dropped right behind in the early stages. So it's lane 7 in the lead. That's Damascus College #1 crew, coached by Paul Blanchfield, who does a lot of coaching, as well as having the helping run the live streaming. We've got Annie Glover, Bonnie, Todd, Liv, Cherry, and Cora Houston Canillan. Very calm conditions prevailing on Lake Wendouree this afternoon, as we see race number 60 coming down with about 200 metres to go, and Damascus College on lane 7 still leading, stroked by Annie Glover and coxed by Pippa Watt. Second place now would be Ballarat High School, stroked by Meg McBride and coxed by Gemma Reid. Just ahead of the Damascus crew on lane 7, stroked by Annie Glover and Pippa Watt. A fair distance back to the other crews. Hamilton Alexander College, Ballarat High on the south station, but lane 7 are going to take it out. Lane 7, Damascus College across the line first, leading all the way. Length and a quarter at the finish from Ballarat High School on lane 5 in second place. Half a length further back to Damascus College on lane 6 in third position. In fourth place will be Ballarat High School on lane 1. Fifth, lane 3, Hamilton Alexander College. 6, Damascus on lane 2. Seventh looks like it'll be Ballarat High School on lane 8, and lane 4, Hamilton Alexander College, will be in 8th place. Nope, other way around. Ballarat High School in 8th place, Ballarat Hamilton College on lane 4 in 7th place. So down the page in event 60 as I saw it, 465 72318. So that was a preliminary. There will be another row for the girls later on in the program. Next event is the school quad scale Year 9 Division 3 Heat 1. First, second and third into the A final, and the remainder to the B final from these two heats.
Race 61, male schoolboys quad scale Year 9 Division 3 Heat 1. St Patrick's College, Kopke, lane 2, Ballarat Clarence, Morn, lane 3, St Patrick's College, Eccles, lane 4, Ballarat Grammar, Pugnall, lane 5, Ballarat Clarendon, Grogan, lane 6, Ballarat Grammar, Wills, lane 7.
Well, it's the annual Head of the Lake here at Ballarat. Will be on the last Sunday in February, on the 28th. February, just 3 weeks today. For those of you who are following Ballarat schools, that's when the big regatta is to finish the main part of their season, although they'll be competing maybe at other regattas in between.
Keep coming down, Balroa only. Got another 3 lengths to come. Lane 3, hard check. Lane 4, bring it up 2 metres. Lane 5, bring it up 3 metres. Lane 2, hard check. Lane 5, frigate up 1 metre. Lane 4, frigate up half a metre. Lane 5, hard check. Lane 7, 1 metre. Lane 3, 1 metre. Lane 6, 1 metre. Lane 5, 1 metre. Lane 6, hard check. Lane 2, 1 metre. Lane 3, 1 metre. Lane 2, hard check. Lane 5, 1 metre. Lane 5, hard check. Lane 3, half a metre. Lane 3, hard check. Line.
Attention. Go. Polish, hard.
All going well?
Yeah.
No issues?
All everything good to work.
Beautiful.
We're away from the 1,000 metre start in the next event on the program, race 61, Year 9, Division 3, Heat 1 for the boys. 6 crews are away, lanes 2 to 7 being utilised, and the leader looks to be Ballarat and Grammar on lane 7, just ahead of Ballarat and Clarendon on lane 6. Right over on the far side, St Patrick's College on lane 2. Then back to Ballarat Grammar on lane 5, St Pat's on lane 4. And the Ballarat and Clarendon crew on lane 3. I don't know what's happened to them, but they're a long way behind. Maybe 200 or 300 metres behind in last place. As the leading crew is on this side of the course, Ballarat Grammar, Milo Willis, or Wills, William Belkin, Robbie Scott and Jack Tanner, Lily Bray the cox. We quite often get girls coxing the boys' crews, as we've seen today. Ballarat Grammar also have a girls in the coxing seat, Rose Burke. They're in second place, maybe St Pat's on the far side, coached by Sebastian Pendlebury, who's also rowing himself these days with St Pat's, and Harrison Bennett, the coxswain there. And they look as though they've forged to a clear lead now, coming up to the 750 metre mark. St Patrick's College ahead of Ballarat Grammar, followed by Ballarat and Clarendon College. Then back to St Pat's on lane 4, stroked by Mason Iridi. Then back to Ballarat Grammar on lane 5 in 5th place with Ballarat and Clarendon College on lane 3, well behind the rest of the field. This is race number 61 on day 2 of the Wendouree Ballarat program. Regatta proudly sponsored by J.G. King. And finishing full of running on the south station is St Patrick's College, Isaac Copey Vildus, Finn Russell, Jack Nunn, Casey Luke Coopsis, and Harrison Bennett, Sebastian Pendlebury the coach, as St Pat's go across the line first. Convincing winners in the quad scale Year 9 Division 3, about 3 lengths at the finish from Ballarat Grammar on lane 7 in second place, drove by Jack Tanner. In third position, very tight, but I think Ballarat and Clarendon will just hold on to third, ahead of St Pat's on lane 4 in fourth place, followed by Ballarat Grammar on lane 5 in fifth position, and well back to Ballarat and Clarendon on lane 3 in sixth place. First, second and third into the final of the Year 9 Quad Scales Division 3, where there are 2 heats in all. Mostly, well, apart from one crew in the next heat, all from Ballarat schools. Albert Park College are in the next event.
Lane 3, half a metre. Lane 6, half a metre. Lane 6, half a metre. Lane 4, half a metre. Lane 6, hard check. Lane 4, hard check. Male schoolboys quad scale Year 9 Division 2 preliminary final. St Patrick's College lane 2, Ballarat High lane 3, Ballarat Grammar lane 4, Ballarat Clarendon lane 5, Damascus College lane 6. Crews move down very slowly, just your bow roller, bring it down another 5 lengths. Drop it back, just your bow roll. Touch it down. Clarendon a bit harder. Damascus and Clarendon, 1 length. Just your bow roll, bring it down 1 length.
And they're away from the 1,000 metre start in the second heat of the quad scale Year 9 Division 3, race number 62 today. And Ballarat and Clarendon fairly prominent on lane 3, as is St Pat's on lane 7 in the early stages. Then follows Albert Park College on lane 6. Then back to St Pat's on lane 5, followed by Damascus College on lane 4, and bringing up the rear is St Pat's College on lane 2. First 3 through to the final, the A final, the remaining crews to the B final. 6 altogether, and so 3 in each. The A and the B. Ballarat and Clarendon in the lead here through the 500 metre mark. On lane 3, Zachary McCarra, Henry Pryor, Jason McAllister, Joe Bunnage, and Joshua Long. Ahead of St Patrick's College on lane 7. And unfortunately, Albert Park College have had to be rescued by the umpire's boat. One of the girls has lost her oar out of the gate. Not the first time that's happened today. But Ballarat and Clarendon have snuck away to a commanding lead now over the rest of the field. St Pat's in second place on lane 2 in alongside them, then back to Damascus College on lane 4, followed by St Pat's on lane 7, then the other St Patrick's College crew on lane 5. 3 crews from St Pat's in this event. Just unfortunate that Albert Park College have come to grief, and they're going back, I think, now to their boat trailer, their boat. But an easy win coming up here, the Ballarat and Clarendon College, stroked by Joe Bunnage, coxed by Joshua Long as they drive down to the line, take out the second heat of the school boys quad scale Year 9 Division 3 in convincing fashion. 3 lengths clear over St Patrick's College in second place. Pretty tight for third. I think Damascus College and St Pat's going stroke for stroke down to the line. Would be anybody's place into the final. I would have given it to Damascus, just ahead of St Pat's in 4th place. 5th position will be lane 5, St Patrick's College. And Albert Park College did not finish. DN. But well done to the winning combination. Ballarat and Clarendon should have a great race against St Pat's in the final, both winning by about 3 lengths their respective heats in the Year 9 Division 3 of the quad scale. Division 2 is in the preliminary only. St Pat's, Ballarat High, Ballarat Grammar, Ballarat, Clarendon and Damascus are the crews to come down in the next event. Race number 63. I've got a minute now, a couple of minutes.
54, male schoolboys, quad scale Year 9 Division 1.
My pleasure to welcome to the microphone our president of the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club, John King, and he's also the managing director of our major sponsor, J.G. King Homes. So, John, how's the regatta going today? Good, absolutely perfect conditions.
Thanks, Roger. It's been amazing, the conditions today. We've had a real turnaround on the weather, and it's sensational to see all the junior and inter crews rowing this afternoon, and all the families who are coming along to watch their kids row for the first time, perhaps. It's ideal conditions to see young kids rowing their first regattas.
I hope they're not fooled by the conditions, because they have been perfect all day since 8 o'clock this morning, really. And your own club, Wendouree Ballarat's won a few races today and yesterday. You told me yesterday you had 50 rowers probably competing at the regatta, and how the results have been so far.
We've had some really good results. We've had a number of crews that have had wins. It's always good to hand out medals to your own crews. And we've got a few more rowing this afternoon, so it's great. We've got a really good, strong group of rowers at the club at the moment, and they're really enjoying it.
Fantastic. I don't think, as I said to you yesterday, I don't think I've seen 50 rowers from Wendouree Ballarat in all my 45, 50 years of commentating. So, John, just getting back to your company, J.G. King, how's it going in the current economic climate, being one of Australia's leading builders, particularly here in Victoria?
Well, it's been a tough couple of years in the building industry, but we're starting to see some normality arrive back in the marketplace. We're seeing rates start to normalise. We're starting to see, a bit more sense in what's going on. We're finding that we've got a good level of work, and this next year is going to be probably something that we would have expected before COVID.
So, how many houses would you be building at any one time, roughly? 600 homes at the one time. That's wonderful. So, how many in a year would you do?
We do pretty close to, somewhere around about 1,100 homes a year.
Right.
So it takes a little bit longer than 6 months to.
And where would that put your company in Victoria?
We're in the top 10 in Victoria and the top 20 in Australia.
And the unique thing that you have, is that unique, or are other builders cottoning onto this steel frame business?
We're the only volume builder in Victoria that does solely steel frames. There are some builders that dabble in it, but we believe it's the best product to build a house of. It doesn't move, it doesn't warp, it doesn't get eaten by termites. It's a great product.
And down to the line comes the quad scale Year 9 Division 2 with Ballarat and Clarendon on lane 5, stroked by Joseph Belcher, taking the race out by about a length and a quarter from St Patrick's College. In second place, Damascus College have stopped rowing before the line, and on lane 6. And lane 4 will be in fourth place. That's Ballarat Grammar, just ahead of Ballarat High School. So, John, just in conclusion, you must be absolutely thrilled to see so much racing and the big crowds we had yesterday and again today at the regatta.
Absolutely. I think the regatta's finishing on a real strength this afternoon. We've, it's good crowds. There's at least 4 or 5 boats in every lane coming down at the moment. It's really good racing, and it's good to see the turnout.
And all the very best to you and your club, and particularly to your company, for another great year in 2023. Thank you to George King, the president of Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club and managing director of JG King Homes.
Thanks, Roger. You did a great job.
Coming down as the next race on the program is race number 64. Thanks, Paul, for the running sheets we've been getting regularly. And the crew from Ballarat and Clarendon College nearest the judge here with Charlie King in the bow seat, taking the race out with Tiger Williams, Oliver Fumey, Jake Connolly and James Hunter, coached by John Goodwin, scoring by 2 lengths from Ballarat Grammar in second place, followed in third position by St Patrick's College and Damascus College in fourth place. Now, a special request to those people who have parked their vehicles illegally in the boat park area, which is clearly delineated not to be parked. We understand the City of Ballarat inspectors will be around and booking cars that are parked illegally in the boat park area. So we'd ask you respectively to move your vehicles away from the boat parking area. Thank you for your cooperation. Now in the next event, race 65, the A grade 8, St Patrick's College, unfortunately are a scratching, leaving Mercantile the only crew left in the race 65. And my boost juice has just arrived, the mango. I'm sure it'll be delightful, and I'm sure if you move over to the van there, right opposite the finishing line, you'll get a great smoothie with a great range of fruits available, alongside the bean machine for the coffees, and still some food left in the stall run by the Damascus Rowing Club, Damascus College, I should say, right opposite the finishing line on the south bank.
Settle down, bounce there, unleash. handicap event. Female crews will go on goes, mercantile A males will go on 30 seconds. I'll call every 5 seconds and I'll call the last 5 single seconds, okay? Mercantile, you understand, 30 seconds, cotton seconds. Richmond, Madarone, Richmond, hard check. Gippsland 3 metres, Ballarat 1 metre, Melbourne 2 metres. Mercantile 4 metres. Gippsland hard check, Ballarat hard check, Melbourne hard check. Mercantile hard check. Melbourne 1 metre. Gippsland half a metre. Gippsland half a metre. Gippsland 1 metre, Melbourne 1 metre, Ballarat 1 metre, Richmond 1 metre. Mercantile, stop touching, it moves to the head. Gippsland hard check, Ballarat hard check, Melbourne hard check, Richmond 1 metre. Richmond 1 metre. Richmond hard check. Line.
I know this guy.
Five. 10. 15. 20. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. Get out of here. Male B grade quad sculls, first and final. Hamilton Alexander, lane 2. Sorry, Hamilton Alexander, lane 1. Melbourne, lane 3. Hamilton Alexander, Russell, lane 4. Footscray, lane 5. Richmond, lane 6. Crews move down, bow rowing only. Very slow paddle.
Well, the next event coming down is the B grade 8. Race number 66. The A grade boys 8, St Patrick's College were a scratching at 65, and I think Mercantile are coming down on lane 7, but they won't be judged in this event, which is the B grade women's 8.
Lane 3, 1 metre. Lane 1.
And what a great race it is with Ballarat High School in the lead, coxed by Zoe Edwards and Hayley Carnes, the stroke. Hotly pressed by Gippsland Grammar, stroke by Hannah Roberts and Kadia Young, the cox. And the club crew from Richmond on lane 2 in third place, followed by Melbourne on lane 6. And the Mercantile 8, who were a men's 8, growing in A grade, coming from a long way behind, would have been a handicap position, but not being judged at all. But Ballarat High School are going to take out the B grade 8. Whether I've ever called them winning a girls' 8 race, but 3/4 of a length to Gippsland Grammar. Third position would be Richmond, and fourth will be Melbourne Rowing Club. And the Mercantile 8 having a row over the course would have given the other crews a fair start and finishing full of running. The next event is race 67, the B grade Cox quad scale, starting a couple of minutes beforehand. Wendouree Ballarat is scratching on lane 2. Thank you very much. Well done. Last race on the program today is at 4:25. The draws have been done for all the races now. They should be up on the Rowing Victoria website. For those looking for the draws. And Wendouree Ballarat, as I mentioned, are scratching on lane 2 here. Hamilton Alexandra College doing well out there on the far side of the course, along with the crew on this side, which is Richmond, followed by Footscray City, and then follows Hamilton Alexandra College and Melbourne Rowing Club. In this, the B grade Cox quad scull for the boys, the men, the male. Just the one gap, Wendouree Ballarat on lane 2. So on the extremities of the course, Hamilton Alexandra College, stroked by Will Merrin and Cox by Jake Alexander over on lane 1. School certainly had a great representation at the regatta today and yesterday. And they've got 2 crews in this race. In Richmond doing well on lane 6. I'll tell you, Hamilton and Alexandra College is leading on lane 1 still from Richmond on lane 6. Then back to perhaps Footscray City on lane 5, closely followed by Hamilton Alexandra College on lane 4, and Melbourne perhaps just slightly ahead of them in 4th place, and Hamilton Alexandra College lane 4 in 5th place. At the races on in the extremities of the course, lane 1 on the south side of the course, Hamilton Alexandra College, and Richmond coached by Will Golding and Sebastian Tolboom, with Will Golding and Derek in the stroke seat, and coached by Cox by Derek Begg. I reckon it's Hamilton Alexandra College still leading, with about 50 or 60 metres apart over the Richmond crew in 2nd place. But Angus Stewart, Harry Doré, Hugo Dabening and Will Merrin in the stroke seat, with Jake Alexander, the Cox, coming down to the line, just narrowly in front of the Richmond crew on lane 6 in 2nd place, as the 2 crews drive to the line. Almost a dead heat, but give it a Hamilton Alexandra College from Richmond by 1 metre at the finish. In 3rd place is going to be the Melbourne crew. 2 blue colours. No, lane 5, Footscray City will be 3rd, just ahead of Melbourne, and the other Hamilton Alexandra College crew will be in 5th place. What a mighty finish there to the B grade Cox Quad Skull, race 67. I gave it to Hamilton Alexander College, but only by a bee's knee from Richmond, with Footscray City third. Now we've got the next race, C grade Quad Skull, race number 68. Ballarat City, Corio Bay, Ballarat High, Essendon and Richmond. The 5 crews scheduled to start, and they're being assembled behind the 800 metre, 1,000 metre start at around about the 800 metres out from the start.
Ballarat High 1 length. Ballarat High let us run.
Our regatta officials this afternoon, head by the aligner at the start, Brooke Parsons. Our umpires are Stephen Spring, Shane Wood, David Grubitz, Rod Florence, Barry Wright, Ross Litchfield and Deb Spring is the chief judge. Our president of Rowing Victoria, assisted by 2 level 1s. Bruce McGuinness is in head of control, and he's assisted by 2 level 1s as well. That's the afternoon shift of officials, and we do thank them very much for the sacrifice they make in officiating at the regatta. JG Kings, our major sponsor, have 35 display homes throughout Victoria. Pay them a visit and see what life is like inside a JG King home. There's 600 being built at the moment, about 1,100 in a year. Plenty of opportunities to see this 37-year-old company doing so well with their house building here in Victoria, with using exclusively Australian-made true core steel in their construction. Trusted by families for contemporary home designs and safe, strong, quality new homes. Still no start yet in race 68. About a minute or so before starting time, so the regatta is right on time for those competing in later events. Make sure you're up at the start at least 5 minutes before the starting time.
Race 69, male C-grade double sculls final. Richmond Wong lane 2, Essendon lane 3, Corio Bay lane 4, St Patrick's lane 5, Richmond Lemania lane 6. Cruise move down.
So we're away now in race number 68, the C-grade Cox Quad Skull for the females. Ballarat City, Corio Bay, Ballarat High, Essendon and Richmond are the 5 crews away from the 1,000 metre mark in perfect conditions for quad sculling.
Corio let it run.
With the crews on lane 6 and 3, getting away to the early lead over Melbourne, Ballarat High School and Essendon, and then dropping off is Ballarat City in the early stages.
Richmond lane 2 lane. Richmond lane 6 length. St Pat's 1 metre. Eston 1 metre. Richmond lane 6, 2 metres. Corio 1 metre. Corio hard check.
The race is on in earnest now through the 500 metre mark in the C-grade quad scull between Richmond on lane 6, who look to be the early leader here, stroked by Hannah Doherty McMillan, ahead of the crew from Corio Bay, stroked by Mackenzie Pugh. And back in third place would be Ballarat High School, followed closely by Essendon, and Ballarat City well out of contention with a fairly, let's say, mature crew back in fifth place. But gee, it could go any way here. Corio Bay and Richmond going stroke for stroke with about 150 metres to go to the line in race 68, the C-grade quad scale. Richmond closest to the judge, probably just slightly in front of Corio Bay as they go stroke for stroke to the line, really digging the blades in deep. Corio Bay to try and come back at Richmond, but Richmond are going to hold on to win. Richmond by 1/3 of a length. With Sarah Horton of the Coxswain right up the front of the boat, stroked by Hannah Doherty, McMillan, Millie Cameron, Catherine Franklin and Beth Rosenberg. Second, Corio Bay. Third was Essendon. Fourth, Ballarat High School. And fifth will be the crew from Ballarat City. And well done, Richmond, taking out the prize there for the C-grade quad scull. We've got a lot of crews competing at the regatta today and yesterday. We do thank Richmond for their continued support of this regatta. And well done to the winning combination. You can receive your trophy over on the South Isthmus when you can get your boat clear. As we see the Ballarat City crew, Mary Lees, Paula Wheaton, Amber Robillard and Megan Sullivan, with Annie Sullivan, the Cox, finishing in fifth place.
Wendouree Ballarat, 2 lengths.
Coming through the 500 metre mark is the next race on the program,
Wendouree Ballarat,
which is the C-grade double scull, sponsored by Wright Civil Engineering. Richmond, Essendon, Corio Bay, St Pat's and Richmond. St Pat's on lane 7 are a scratching.
Start early, task, you move forward 2 metres.
The leading crew would be Corio Bay. The combination of Taj and Xander Bailey, coached by Anne Brigland. Being hotly pressed by the Richmond crew, Kay Kai Wong and Alexander Pupko, coached by Will Golding and Sebastian Tolboom. They're doing a great job at Richmond doing the coaching of the various crews here at the regatta today. We've got 2 crews in the final. Here the C-grade double scull, sponsored by Wright Civil Engineering, and it's still Corio Bay holding on tenaciously to the lead over the Richmond crew on lane 2, followed by Richmond on lane 6, and back to the crew from Essendon on lane 3, and bringing up the rear of St Pat's on lane 5. Down towards the finishing line, and absolutely scintillating conditions for double sculling. The Corio Bay crew of Taj and Xander Bailey crossed the line first, scoring by 2 lengths at the finish. From Richmond on lane 2 in second place, Kay Kai Wong and Alexander Pupko. Third is Richmond on lane 6, Emile Levanche and James Merritt. And third place. Fourth will be Essendon, and fifth St Patrick's College on lane 5. But well done to our winners there, the brothers Taj and Xander Bailey, coached by Ian Briglin at Corio Bay.
Grade 71,
You can move across, you know where to go. You get your trophy for taking out that C grade. Double Skull, proudly sponsored by Wright Civil Engineering.
Lane 3, Hamilton Alexander, lane 4. Essendon, Mirabel,
Next event's
lane
underway,
5,
the B
Mercantile, lane
male B
6.
pair, sponsored by
All
ARB
crews move down
Track
towards the
Australia.
start.
And we've got our Olympic champion and world champion on many occasions, Drew Ginn, teaming up with Andrew McNeil again from Mercantile. Former great lightweight rower himself internationally, coached by Anthony Berglund. And we've got the local hopes, Wendouree Ballarat, a C-class crew, Bryn Evans and Steve Coughlin. This is the B-grade men's pair, sponsored by ARB Track Australia.
Lane 2 check, lane 3 bring it up 3 metres, lane
handicap
4 bring
here,
it up
but
1 metre, lane
Wendouree
5
Ballarat crew
bring
is
it
a
up 3
C-class
metres,
crew,
lane 6
as
bring it
distinct
up
from
1 metre.
Mercantile being a B-class pair.
Lane 4 hard check, lane 3 hard
At this stage,
check,
Wendouree Ballarat in the lead here.
lane 5 bring it up
Through
a
the
metre,
halfway
lane
mark.
6 bring it up half a metre.
Mercantile coming at them strongly now, Andrew McNeil
Lane
and
5 hard
Drew Ginn.
check,
Drew, of course, has had a very illustrious
lane
career
6
in
hard
rowing,
check,
having won Olympic Games and World Championships, as well as King's Cups on many, many occasions. The two crews having a very keen battle, Mercantile on lane 4 and Wendouree Ballarat on lane 5. Bryn Evans and Steve Coughlin putting up a great show for Wendouree Ballarat. In the 255 event, race number 70, the B grade pair, sponsored by ARB Track Australia. Mercantile perhaps a metre or two in front of Wendouree Ballarat with about 180 metres to go to the line. Anybody's race between the two of them. Wendouree Ballarat slightly rating in the rating higher, Bryn Evans and Steve Coughlin. Andrew McNeil in the stroke seat and Drew Ginn in the bow seat here, just holding on to the lead, having to really lift their work rate over the concluding stages of the B grade pair final, sponsored by ARB Track Australia. Down to the line, it's going to be Mercantile across the line first with Drew Ginn in the stroke seat and Andrew McNeil. About half a length of margin in a great finish there to the B grade pair, sponsored by ARB Track Australia. Well done, Andrew McNeil and Drew Ginn from Mercantile, coached by Anthony Berglund, and Wendouree Ballarat second, Bryn Evans and Steve Coughlin. Next event's underway, the A grade women's double scull. We've got Corio Bay on lane 2, Alice Joyce and Molly Clark Fernandez. Lane 3, Essendon, Alicia Maserio and Rachel Heatherly, coached by Barry Gardner and Glenn Bottrell. Hamilton Alexander College, Annabelle Walker and Isabel Meekan, coached by Simon Ross, who does a great job up there at Lake Hamilton with Hamilton and Alexander College. Essendon, Alicia Mirabelli and Asher Gordon, coached by Barry Gardner and Marie-Claire McGemmel. And Mercantile, Kate McNeil and Janessa Kelderman, coached by Andrew McNeil, who we saw in the previous race, racing with Drew Ginn. And it's going to be the crew from Essendon in the lead here through the 500 metre mark. Over Mercantile in second place. In third position is Corio Bay, and then back to Essendon and well back to Hamilton and Alexander College. So a couple of 100 metres out from the finishing line in the race number 71, the A-grade double scull. We've got Alicia Mercerio and Rachel Heatherly. That's jointly by Barry Gardner and Glenn Bottrell, comfortably out in front of the mercantile combination of Kate McNeil and Jensai Kelderman. And in third place, pretty tight between Corio Bay and the Essendon crew on lane 5. And it's lane 3, Essendon, Alicia Mercerio and Rachel Heatherly coming down to the line to take out the prize in the women's A-grade double scull. Well done to the Bombers. Essendon in first place. Second place will be Kate McNeil and Jensai Kelderman from Mercantile. Third place, very tight, but give it a lane 2, Corio Bay, followed by Essendon on lane 5. And bringing up the rear will be Hamilton and Alexander College on lane 4. Now, well done to Essendon, Alicia Mercerio and Rachel Heatherly, coached by Barry Gardner and Glenn Bottrell, taking out the women's A-grade double scull race 71.
So if one start is just you press the pedal in the move.
Race 72 is the next event, the Women's Masters Double Scull. Horsham City on lane 1, Horsham City on lane 3, Nagambie on lane 4, Ballarat City on lane 5, Melbourne on lane 6, and the crew from Melbourne University Richmond Composite on lane 7. That'll be the next event, the 3:05 event, which is scheduled for about 7 minutes time. Good chance to grab a boost juice or a lovely cup of coffee from the bean machine over there in the van. Both Jason to the finishing line. Just a reminder, those people who parked illegally in the boat parking area, please make sure you move your vehicles, otherwise you may be booked. And I think there's still some food and drinks available at the stall conducted by the Damascus College underneath the big pine tree right opposite the finishing line.
Lane 5, let it run. Lane 3, length and a half. Lane 4, half the length. Lane 7, let it run. Lane 6, let it run. Lane 4, hard check. Lane 4, hard check. Lane 1, bring up 1 length. Lane 2, half a length. Lane 5, 1 metre. Lane 6, half a metre. Lane 5, half a metre. Lane 5, hard check. Handicaps will be called by the starter. Starter, can you confirm the handicap? Okay. Horsham City of 15 seconds. Horsham City lane 1 of 15 seconds. Horsham City lane 3 of 15 seconds. Nagambie of go. Ballarat City of 11 seconds. Melbourne of 6 seconds. Melbourne University Richmond of go. Okay, now we're going to have to get back in order. Okay, everyone back down about 2 lengths and try and go back down in the middle of your length. I will start and then count to 15. Okay guys, let's have another go. Okay, lane 3, move forward 1 metre. Lane 5, move forward 2 metres. Lane 6, move forward 1 metre. Lane 6, move forward 1 metre. Lane 5, move forward 2 metres. Lane 4, move forward 2 metres. Lane 3, 1 metre. Lane 7, 3 metres. Lane 6, 2.5 metres. Lane 7, hard check. Lane 3, 2 metres. Lane 4, metre and a half. Lane 5, metre and a half. Lane 4, hard check. Lane 3, 2 metres. Lane 7, half a metre. Lane 7, hard check. Lane 3, 2 metres. Lane 4, 2 metres. Lane 5, 2 metres. Lane 6, 2 metres. Lane 7, 2 metres. Lane 4, hard check. Lane 5, hard check. Lane 6, 1 metre. Lane 3, 2 metres. 1.
Quick stop. Okay, good. Go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Well, we've had a start now in the Masters double scull for the ladies. Race number 72 on today's program. Which concludes with race number 88 at 4:25. Crew nearest the judge here, going quite well. Horsham City, Christy Fisher and Alison Driller. Then out in the middle of the course, 4 across is Nagambie, Susan Andrews and Wendy Cotter. Melbourne University Composite Richmond, Geraldine Goss and Jennifer Bingham, I should say. Right up there in lead with Nagambie. Then follows back to Ballarat City. Over on the far side, Horsham City on lane 1, back in 4th place. 5th position would be Melbourne, and 6th position would be Horsham City on lane 3.
Race 73, female schoolgirls, year 10, quad sculls division 3, combined with female schoolgirls, year 10, quad sculls division 2, combined with female year 10, quad sculls, year 10 division 1. Damascus, Berlin, lane 2, Damascus, Devoncat, lane 3, Damascus, Premier, lane 4, Hamilton, and now...
Down towards the finishing line comes the leading crew, Melbourne University Richmond, take out the final of the Masters double scull with Geraldine Goss in the bow seat and Jennifer Bingham in the stroke seat. Second place was Nagambie, Susan Andrews and Wendy Cotter. They've got a big weekend next weekend with the 2-day Nagambie Regatta. Then Ballarat City in 3rd place, Lisa Mintz and Kathy Lloyd. And a fair gap back to the other crews headed by the Horsham crew. Horsham City, Krista Fisher and Alison Driller in 4th place. In 5th position will be Melbourne Rowing Club, Lynn Charge and Catherine Dermody. Lynn in the bow seat and Catherine in the stroke seat. And 6th place will be the second Horsham City crew, Sally Marcroft and Sarah Tottenham. But congratulations to our winners there. Melbourne University Richmond Composite, Geraldine Goss from Richmond and Jennifer Bingham from Melbourne Uni. Trophies can be collected over there in the Southern Isthmus for the winning crew, Melbourne Uni and Richmond.
Move up 1.5 metres. Lane 6, move up 1.5 metres.
With the second Horsham crew just coming up to the line now. So there were some handicaps in that race. The F-class crew went from go, and they went go, 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 and they won.
Lane 4, move up 1 metre.
Next event's race 73. This is the Year 10 Division 3, 2 and 1 in the girls quad scull. From the 1,000 metre mark, the draw there, race 2 will, lane 2 will be Damascus College, stroked by Evie Howard. Station 3 will be Damascus College again, stroked by Laura Bisler.
Lane 3, half a metre.
Lane 4, Damascus College, stroked by Bridie Orchard. Lane 5, Hamilton and Alexander College, stroked by Olivia Rees. And lane 6, Hamilton and Alexander College, stroked by Ava Mould.
Lane 4, half check. Lane 3, half a metre.
Right on start time at 10 minutes past 3 for race 73. The 5 crews just about to get underway from the 1,000 metre start in race 73. 10 past 3 event. 3 Damascus College crews and 2 from Hamilton and Alexander College. Don't forget the school's head of the lake. The traditional event, which has been run over 100 years now, will be held here at Lake Wendouree in 3 weeks' time today, Sunday the 28th of February.
Male schoolboys quad sculls year 10 division 2 B final. Ballarat Grammar lane 4, Ballarat Clarendon lane 5. Crews moved out of the start. Both crews hard check.
Now the stall at Damascus College are closing very shortly, but they have their muffins and cakes on special pricing now. If you want to have a cake or a muffin at a special price, go to the Damascus marquee right on the finishing line underneath the big pine tree. Cakes and muffins are now on special. Across the line comes the crew on lane 6, Hamilton Alexander College, taking it out from lane 4 in second place, Damascus College, followed by Hamilton and Alexander College on lane 5.
Race 75, male schoolboy quad sculls.
And in fourth place will be lane 3, Damascus and College, which is their number 2 crew. And then the number 3 crew will come through in 5th place. So well done to Hamilton Alexander College there. Jemima Ross, Sue Rianne Kim, Sophie Merrin and Ava Mould, coxed by Charlotte Butcher and coached by none other than Simon Ross. Well done, Simon. Hamilton Alexander College. Number 1 crew beating the number 2 crew there at the finish.
Lane 6, let it run. Lane 7, let it run. Lane 2, 3 metres.
Next event, well on the course now, that's the B final of the Quad Scale Year 10 Division 3, race 74, between the two arch rivals Ballarat Grammar and Ballarat College, and I'm pleased to say with Millie Cust right up the front of the Ballarat Grammar crew. Ballarat Grammar are leading Ballarat and Clarendon College with about 150 metres to go. And the leading crew, Austin Armitage, Ollie Coulson, Finn Buchanan and Ben Dunmore. In the male Cox Quad Scale, but coxed by a female in Millie Cust. Up the front of the boat for her first win, I know. Well done, Millie. And they've scored by about 4 lengths, 3.5 lengths to Ballarat and Clarendon in second place.
Lane 3, half a metre.
There's the all clear from the following umpire. Next event will be the Quad Scale Year 10 Division 3A final. St Patrick's College on 2, Ballarat Clarendon on 3, Albert Park College on 4, St Patrick's College stroked by Billy Brady on lane 5, lane 6, Noah Savancio from St Patrick's College stroking that crew on lane 6, and Ballarat and Clarendon stroked by Frederick Finch on lane 7. That's the next event to come down. The Cox Quad Scale Year 10 Division 3.
Race 76, male schoolboy Quad Scale Year 9, Year 10 Division 2, combined with male schoolboy Quad Scale Year 10 Division 1, 1,000 metre final. St Patrick's College Clark Lane 1, Ballarat Clarendon Pritchard Lane 2, Ballarat Grammar McDonald Lane 3, St Patrick's College Belleville Lane 4, Ballarat Grammar Bryant Lane 5, Gippsland Grammar Lane 6, Ballarat Clarendon Cheston Lane 7. Crews paddle down to the start. All crews let it run. Lane 5 hard check, lane 3 hard check. Lane 2 hard check. Lane 4 hard check. Lane 3 1 metre, lane 1 1 metre, lane 5 1 metre, lane 7 1 metre, lane 1 hard check, lane 7 hard check, lane 6 hard check, lane 3 half a metre, lane 5 10 centimetres, lane 3 hard check. Lane 5, half a metre, lane 6, 10 centimetres. Lane 5, hard check.
Well done to the St Pat's crew on lane 5 there. Spencer Horgan, Joshua Roberts, Lachlan Warland and Billy Brady. Cox by Blake Roberts, taking out the quad scale year 10, Division 3.
Race 77, male A grade single scale 1,000 metre final.
Next event was the composite year 10 Division 2 and 1 for the boys. St Patrick's College number 2 on lane 1, Ballarat Clarendon number 2 on lane 2, Ballarat Grammar on lane 3, number 2. Then we have the Group 1's St Pat's College on lane 4, Ballarat Grammar on 5, Gippsland Grammar on 6 and Ballarat and Clarendon on 7.
Lane 2 hard check, lane 5 hard check, lane 3 hard check.
Now this next event is the combined year 10-1, Division 1 and Division 2. Sort them all out between the schools.
Lane 7 1 metre. Lane 7 hard check, lane 4 half a metre. Lane 4 hard check. Lane 3 1 metre, lane 5 half a metre, lane 6 half a metre, lane 3 hard check, lane 5 hard check, lane 6 hard check, lane 7 hard check.
Now the sun is really glistening on these crews as they come towards the 500 metre mark in the race number 76 on day 2 of the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program. And 4 across St Patrick's College on lane 4. Lockie Belleville, Harrison Grant, Hugh Jackson, love that name, and Henry Reiner in the stroke seat with Harry Lester Cox and Craig Murfitt coaching the St Pat's crew in the lead. Their number 2 crew in second place, perhaps on lane 1. Then follows Ballarat and Clarendon on lane 2, which is their number 2 crew, ahead of their number 1 crew on lane 7. Then back to Ballarat Grammar on lane 5, their number 1 crew just ahead of Gippsland Grammar on lane 6. And then the Ballarat Grammar crew on lane 3, their number 2 crew at the rear of the field in the 7-boat field, with the crew from St Pat's number 1 really starting to draw away from the rest of the field now. And what a credit it is to St Patrick's College finishing their 1-2 at the moment. Ballarat and Clarendon number 1 in 3rd place, just ahead of the Ballarat and Clarendon number 2 crew. But down towards the finishing line with about half a dozen strokes to go. The St Patrick's College crew, stroked by Henry Reiner, coming down to take out race number 76. Across the line they go, scoring by 2.5 lengths from their number 2 crew on the outside station, lane 1 in 2nd place. Third's going to be very tight. between the Ballarat and Clarendon crews, and I'd say Ballarat and Clarendon number 2 was third, just ahead of their number 1 crew in 4th place, followed by Ballarat Grammar on lane 5 in 5th position, 6th Gippsland Grammar, and 7th will be Ballarat Grammar, their number 2 crew. So Ballarat at St Patrick's College 1-2 there, their first crew scoring by about 2.5 lengths from their number 2 crew, with I had Ballarat and Clarendon number 2 crew just shading their number 1 crew for 3rd place. Next event's well underway, the 3:30 event. That's sponsored by Baker's Delight here at Wendouree, St Patrick's College Ned Bennett, Wendouree Ballarat Joshua Matheson, Mercantile Sam Wilson, Lockie Heath from Ballarat Grammar, Gippsland Grammar Anthony Smith, and Ballarat Clarendon Lachlan Clark. So 2 club members and the other 4 are from the schools. And he looks pretty impressive in his heat earlier on. Sam Wilson from Mercantile leading up the field here. In 2nd place, Wendouree Ballarat, Joshua Matheson. Alongside him on lanes 4 and 3 respectively. Then back to lane 6, Anthony Smith of Gippsland Grammar, followed by Ballarat and Clarendon Lachlan Clark. Then back to the other Ballarat Grammar crew, Sculler in Lockie Heath, who's come up and down the course many times over the last 2 days, and then bringing up the rear is Ned Bennett of St Patrick's College. But a very strong effort here coming from Wendouree Ballarat. Josh Matheson, coached by Sam Hutchison, and Paul Blanchfield coming from behind to take it out. He's going to win by about 1 metre at the finish, maybe 1.5 metres from Sam Wilson of Mercantile. No relation in 2nd place, followed in 3rd position, lane 6, Anthony Smith. 4th will be lane 5, Ballarat Grammar Lockie Heath. 5th will be lane 7, Lachlan Clark. And 6th will be the sculler from St Patrick's College, Ned Bennett. Well done to Wendouree Ballarat. Josh Matheson taking out the A-grade single scull, sponsored by Baker's Delight at Wendouree. And that'll delight the Wendouree Ballarat people, particularly their coach Sam Hutchison and Paul Blanchfield, and club president John King.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. Off you go. Ooh.
Next race coming down is we've got the one scratching, Andrew Goldstein from Banks on lane 6. And right down on the inside station here, the Nestle sculler Aaron Skinner, who started off 68 seconds in the Masters single. He's had a very busy day. He's been, this is his third or fourth race today. And they gave him a decent handicap at 68 seconds, being a, what do you call it? Well, anyway, doesn't matter. Second place looks to be James Weatherly from Corio Bay, who went from go. Third place would be perhaps Melbourne University Simon Cook. Just ahead of Albert Park, South Melbourne, Douglas Patterson, and Melbourne Michael Dakic. Followed by Hamilton Josh Frisho. Good to see Josh rowing again, being a former Wendouree Ballarat lad. Then a gap back to Melbourne, Cal Boynton, and bringing up the rear was the sculler in blue there. Albert Park, South Melbourne, he might be, even though he's not rowing in their colours. But right underneath the judges' box on lane 8, it's going to be in the Masters single scull. It's going to be Aaron Skinner coming down in the lead here. He goes up and down the course a few times today, and being a well done, Aaron. Goes across the line first, scoring a convincing victory. The easiest wins of the afternoon, really. Hamilton Josh Frisho, the former Wendouree Ballarat representative, ahead of Melbourne University Simon Cook, back in third place, followed by Melbourne Rowing Club Michael Dakic in fourth position. Fifth place looks to be James Weatherly of Corio Bay. Sixth, Cal Boynton of Melbourne Rowing Club. And Albert Park, South Melbourne, lane 4 in 7th place.
Lane 6, hard check. Lane 3, 1 metre. Lane 4, 1 metre. Lane 5, 1 metre. Lane 6, 1 metre. Lane 7, 1 metre. Lane 6, hard check. Lane 5, hard check.
So that was the Masters single scull. And the winner, Nestle's Rowing Club from Western Victoria, down past Warrnambool there, Aaron Skinner. The B grade single sculls, the next event, race 79. They're just about to get underway.
Race 80, male B-grade Cox 4,000 metre final. Richmond lane 3, Patrick College lane 4, Ballarat A high lane 5. Crews move down slowly. Keep together, about their rowing. Very slowly. Shallow high, hard check. St Pat's hard check.
Well, they're off and racing now in race number 79 on today's second day of the Wendouree Ballarat program. Proudly sponsored by JG King as our major sponsor, along with Perfect Balance, our Isherwood's company.
St Pat's hard check, Richmond hard check.
Pick up an early leader here. Looks like Nagambi, Lily, Rose, Hall, Kraus, lane 4. Third from the south side of the course. And the Mercantile Sculler alongside Jensai Kelderman. Then follows Gippsland Grammar Scarlet Tavaski. Followed by Corio Bay, Beatrice Hearn. Meg Shaw from Ballarat Grammar, and down on the inside lane 7, nearest the judge, Stella Benson. At the rear, so they're lining up for the C-grade men's Cox 4, Richmond, St Patrick's College and Ballarat High School. It's still Mercantile now taking the lead. Jensai Kelderman, coached by Annabelle Eaton, over the Nagambi Sculler, who led in the early stages, Lily Rose Hall Kraus, and Gippsland Grammar Scarlet Tavaski battling it out for second place. In fact, I think Gippsland Grammar moving into clear second position now over Nagambi, followed by Corio Bay, Beatrice Hearn in fourth place. Fifth position would be on the outside lane, Ballarat Grammar, Meg Shaw, and 6, Corio Bay, Stella Benson on lane 7. But no doubt about the leader, she's getting long strokes in the water. Jensai Kelderman, as she comes down to the line on the Mercantile Rowing Club to take out the B-grade single scull final by 2 1/4 lengths at the finish from Gippsland Grammar. Scarlett Tavaski in second place. Third position, another length away, was Nagambi, Lily Rose, Paul Kraus. Fourth will be Corio Bay, Beatrice Hearn. Fifth will be probably Ballarat Grammar at Meg Shaw, just ahead of Stella Benson from Corio Bay in sixth place. C-grade Cox 4s on the course, the 3:45 event. Will finish before it actually was due to start. Richmond in the lead on lane 3, ahead of Ballarat High School, and then back to St Patrick's College in the middle, back in third place.
Ballarat Grammar hard check. Both Ballarat Highs hard check.
Congratulations to Jensai Kelderman from Mercantile, the B-grade single scull. You can collect your trophy over there on the Isthmus, Southern Isthmus. Careering away now is the Richmond crew, Patrick Cook, Isaac Bellamy, Benjamin Wardle, and stroked by Tim Foster, Derek Begg, the Cox, and coached by Will Golding and Sebastian Tolboom. Gone out to a couple of lengths advantage over Ballarat High School, stroked by Aidan Pinn in second place, and St Patrick's College a fair way back in third position. But a good win coming up to the Richmond Rowing Club. The black and gold colours of the Mighty Tigers, Richmond across the line first in the C-grade Cox 4. Scoring by a length and a quarter at the finish from Ballarat High School, have stuck to their guns well in second place against the club crew, and St Patrick's College in third position, a fair way behind. Well, they're off and racing now in the A grade Cox 4 for the ladies. Spoke by Henry Dwyer Racing. That's an interesting one. Henry Dwyer, a great racing trainer. We've got Wendouree Ballarat, Ballarat High School number 2, Ballarat Grammar and Ballarat High on lane 6. And the crew that's in the lead looks to be Ballarat Grammar by lane 5, ahead of Wendouree Ballarat. Spoiling the party for them. And back to the other two crews from Ballarat High School on lane 6 and Ballarat High on lane 4. It's going to be a great win here to Ballarat Grammar. Alicia Walker, Ella Flamsteed, Lily Bryant and Perry Eaton, Cox by Angie Gowdy. They're driving right down to the line and scoring a convincing win here in the A grade Cox 4, sponsored by Henry Dwyer Racing. Ballarat Grammar first. Second will be Wendouree Ballarat. Then Ballarat High School on lane 6 in 3rd place, followed by Ballarat High School on lane 2 in 4th position. Congratulations to the winning crew there, Alicia Walker, Ella Flamsteed, Lily Bryant and Perry Eaton, with Angie Gowdy the Cox.
Twin wall, so it's got all the cabling and fuel lines and everything run through the walls. How do they compare the cost to Kitties? Yeah, a bit more expensive. This was 34, but that's
It's not scheduled to start till 5 minutes to 4, which is in about 6 minutes' time.
Cap. Melbourne in lane 3, Sharon Brown, you're off go. Yarra Yarra, you're off 15. Melbourne, Emma Playwright, you're off 15. Is that correct? Everyone hold up your hands to signal that's okay. Okay, I will count it down from here. The umpire will start the race and I will count the handicap using my incredibly accurate stopper. Okay, Yarra moves up 3 metres. Melbourne lane 3, move it up 2 metres. Melbourne lane 5, hard check.
Yeah, give us a bring if you need, sign.
Alright, thanks, let's go.
How's it going?
Still not at start yet in race number 82, scheduled for 3:55 in about 2 minutes' time, but they are lining up at the start. Melbourne, Yarra Yarra and Melbourne Rowing Club. This is the 2 crews with a cox and 1 without a cox. Melbourne on lane 3 with a cox and Melbourne on lane 5 without a cox, and Yarra Yarra with a cox on lane 4. So whether there's a handicap without the crew who doesn't have a cox, I'm not sure. They're away now in race number 82, the women's coxed 4 and coxless 4 from the 1,000 metre start. Melbourne on lane 3, Yarra Yarra on 4 and Melbourne on lane 5. The Melbourne crew on lane 5, Emma Plowright, Louise Phillips, Jen Kilby and Angela Rice. The lane 3 crew for Melbourne, Caroline Brown with an E, Robin McIntyre, Irina Benjamin and Val Dow, coxed by Jeremy Hofstede. And in the middle is Yarra Yarra, coxed 4, Melanie Ringersma, Sally McNamee, Jeanette Lambert and Catherine Carr in the stroke seat with Sam Lincoln, the cox. Well, picking up an early leader, looks like the crew on the inside, station lane 5, the one without a cox and maybe the lead. Emma Plowright, Louise Phillips, Jen Kilby and Angela Rice on the Melbourne Rowing Club, followed by Melbourne on the outside station on lane 3. When I say outside, furthest from me in my broadcast position, and then Yarra Yarra back pretty close up in 3rd place. But coming up towards the halfway 500 metre mark, it'd be lane 5 Melbourne, the coxless 4, stroked by Angela Rice in the lead. Yarra Yarra perhaps now moving up into 2nd position behind their stroke Catherine Carr, and Melbourne Rowing Club back in 3rd place on lane 3. And presumably Melbourne and Yarra Yarra are racing for a trophy for the Cox 4 event. But I stand to be corrected. So it's Melbourne Rowing Club, lane 5, the E-Class crew. Careering raid from the other 2 crews, Yarra Yarra in 2nd place and Melbourne on lane 3 and 3rd position as they come towards the 750 metre mark of this 1,000 metre race. And right up the pointy end of the boat is Emma Plowright, ahead of her Louise Phillips, Jen Kilby and Angela Rice in this coxless boat. And Yarra Yarra with a coxswain in the boat, Sam Lincoln, stroked by Catherine Carr, behind her Jeanette Lambert, Sally McDamony and Melanie Ringersma. And then another length and a half back to the Melbourne Coxed 4, stroked by Val Dow. Looking pretty smooth for a Masters Coxed 4, or Coxless 4. The Melbourne crew doing it nicely out in front. Angela Rice, Jen Kilby, Louise Phillips and Emma Plowright driving down to the line with 3 or 4 strokes to go in race 82. Well done, Melbourne Rowing Club. Coxless 4 scoring by 2 1/4 lengths to finish from Yarra Yarra, who were a Coxed event, Coxed crew, and then another 2 1/2 lengths further back to the other Cox crew from Melbourne Rowing Club. On lane 3. Now the next event's the Coxed 8, the mixed Coxed 8, race 83. Mercantile on lane 4. St Pat's College Composite with Loretto College and Ballarat in lane 5. Our major sponsors today have been J.G. King Homes, the famous builders here from Ballarat, stationed here. Perfect Balance, Al Isherwood. Our silver sponsors, Hames Paints, centred here at Ballarat, Australia-wide. Delta Floorwood, Optus Screens, and they've provided a screen to us for the live screening on the South Station. Viola Environmental Management. And our bronze sponsor, Selkirk Bricks. Our small business, Rob Manning, Rob Mann, Boat Repairs and Electric Taste, Jane Miller. Still no start yet between the mixed eights. Race 83. Right on starting time at 4 o'clock now.
Lane 5, St Patrick's College, Ballarat, Loretto, Ballarat. St Pat's, Loretto, as Mercantile approach, just start moving so that you can move down with them. That's it, nice and slow. Just slow down, Pat. Okay, so Pat's moved up 1 length. Merck, let it run. St Pat's hard check. Merck. Hard check. 1.
And the 2-8s are in the starter's hands for the mixed Cox State. Lane 4, Mercantile. Lane 5, St Patrick's College. Composite with Loretto. Two Catholic schools in Ballarat. One a boys' school, one a girls' school. So works out perfectly.
Race 84, female schoolgirl quad 4, Year 9 Division 2, female schoolgirl quad 9, quad 4, Year 9 Division 1.
And they're off and racing in race number 83. The mixed Cox State, Mercantile on lane 4. Kate McNeil, Genesai Calderman, who we saw in the single scull a little while ago with a double. Amirtha Sidhu, Letisk Van Wingegarden, Max Willoughby Goff, Matthew Crooks, Patrick Somerville, Michael Holman, and Coxed by Jordan King. St Pat's College Loretto crew, Chloe Cook, Talia Keane, Emma Gowans, Olivia Jones, Dan Stute, Angus Murfitt, Thomas Stute, and Marcus Gatt, coxed by Patrick Stute. So the STUTE family well to the fore here in this event.
Lane 3 move up 3 metres, lane 4 move up 4 metres, lane 2 hard check. Lane 5 move up 3 metres.
And the crew from
1 metre, lane 1 hard check.
St Patrick's Composite with Loretto College have taken the early lead away in Station 5 on race number 83.
Lane 4 hard check. Lane 5
Followed by
lane 6 move up, lane 8 hard check.
race number 84, the Quad Skull Year 9 Divisions 1, 2 and 3 all combined.
Lane 6 hard check, lane 7 hard check line.
And St Pat's Loretto College Ballarat through the 1500 metre marker, about a length and a half in front over the Mercantile crew back in second place. Both crews probably having just a row out to the start as their practice, having not had any training as such. But, that's only at his guess, of course. Two of the girls in the bow seat and 3 seat, stroke and 7, and then the St Pat's boys in the middle of the boat as listed in the program. So a pretty good combination here as they come down, tapping it along nicely in these slight head breeze conditions. St Patrick's College Composite with Latrobe, with Loretto College from Ballarat coming down to take out the mixed Cox States. Well done, St Pat's and Loretto. They crossed the line first, 3 lengths clear over Mercantile in second place. And there's the all clear from the following umpire. So 5 races to go to conclude the second day of the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program. And the first of those is underway. What a magnificent sight to see 8 crews coming down. These quad sculls, Damascus College Year 9s. Damascus College on 1, Ballarat High on 2, Hamilton and Alexander College on 3, Damascus College on 4, their number 2 crew, Ballarat High on number 5, Damascus College, their number 3 crew on lane 6, and Hamilton College and Hamilton Alexander College on lane 7, and Ballarat High School on lane 8.
Lane 3, 2 metres, lane 2, 1 metre.
Utilising the full 8 lanes here at Lake Wendouree, the site of the 1956 Olympic Games and many championships since, particularly the King's Cup and National Rowing Championships. And of course we had in 2014 the World Masters here at Lake Wendouree, over 1,000 metres, so that was exciting too, to be here for that. Now through the 500 metre mark, it's a close race between Damascus College on lane 4 and Ballarat High on lane 5. Then across to Ballarat High on lane 2, followed by Damascus College on lane 1. Then follows Hamilton and Alexander College on lane 3. Back to Damascus College on lane 6. In 7th place is Hamilton and Alexander College on lane 7. And 8th position is Ballarat High School. On lane 8. Ballarat High School taking the lead here from the Damascus College. Ballarat High on lane 5, their number 2 crew, Imogen Emerson, Millie Aikman, Jasmine Kay and Meg McBride, with Gemma Reid the Cox. Back to second, their number 1 crew back in second place. Well, not quite second yet, they're poking up to that position. But down on lane 5, it's the Ballarat High School stroked by Meg McBride, coming down to the line to take out the Year 9 Quad Scull. Well done to Ballarat High School on lane 5. Half a length to Damascus on lane 4. 3/4 of a length back to Ballarat High School on lane 2 in 3rd place. 4th will be Damascus College on lane 1. 5th, Ballarat Hamilton and Alexander College on lane 3. Going to be very tight for 6th and 7th position. Perhaps the crew from Hamilton Alexander College in 6th place. 7th will be Damascus College on lane 6 and 7th. 8th will be Ballarat High School on lane 8. So well done to the winners there, the Year 10, Year 9 Division 2 crew from Ballarat High School, beating the Damascus College crew, yet number 2 crew. And then Ballarat High first crew back in 3rd place. We're on the last page of our program, which is the Cox 4 Quad Scull Year 9 Division 3B final. Six crews listed here. Well, I've got 5 in my program. You've obviously put another one in. St Pat's down on the inside station, lane 6. Headed from St Pat's on lane 5. Then across to Ballarat Clarendon on lane 2. Followed by Damascus College on lane 4. Then Ballarat Grammar on lane 3. And St Patrick's College on lane 6 would be back at the rear. So there's an additional St Patrick's College crew here on lane 7. St Pat's on lane 7, leading up the field here quite comfortably. They're a length and a half in front of their crew on lane 5, followed by Ballarat, followed by Damascus College just ahead of Ballarat and Clarendon on lane 2, then Ballarat Grammar and the other St Pat's crew on lane 6 at the rear of the field. But it's actually Albert Park College here on lane 7. Underneath the judges box, it's Albert Park coming down to be judged first. Across the line they go. 1 length clear over lane 5, St Patrick's College. 3/4 of a length to the crew from Damascus College in 3rd place. 4th, Ballarat and Clarendon College. 5th will be St Pat's on lane 6. 6th will be Ballarat Grammar on lane 3. So Albert Park College, the winners there on lane 7. They weren't on my program, so whether they were racing by invitation, I'm not sure. 2nd was St Pat's on lane 5. 3rd, Damascus College on lane 4. Just a reminder to the Ballarat people in the schools that your head of the lake this year is Sunday the 28th of February, 3 weeks today. That'll be the 26th of February, sorry. The Sunday is the 26th, so, but it is 3 weeks today, the annual Head of the Lake. Next event's the Year 9 Division 3 quad scale. And they're underway. Ballarat and Clarendon College on lane 2, Ballarat Grammar on 3, St Pat's on 4, Ballarat Clarendon on 5, St Pat's on 6, and St Pat's on lane 7. The 6 crews coming down towards the 500 metre mark, and to pick up a leader here might be St Pat's on lane 4, leading from Ballarat and Clarendon on 5, followed closely by Ballarat on lane 6, then across to Ballarat Clarendon on lane 2, back to Ballarat Grammar on lane 3, and 5th, 6th position will be St Pat's on lane 7. The St Pat's crew still in the lead here on lane 4, looking pretty impressive. Sitting up over their work, getting plenty of run out of the boat, holding a length lead over Ballarat and Clarendon alongside them, followed by St Pat's on lane 6 in 3rd position. Then across to Ballarat Grammar in 4th place, followed by Ballarat and Clarendon on lane 2 in 5th position, and the other St Pat's crew on lane 7 in 6th place. But coming down to the line with about 5 strokes to go, it's lane 4, St Patrick's College, Isaac Copy Valdus, Finn Russell, Jack Nunn and Cozy Coopsis, and Harrison Bennett the cox with Sebastian Pendlebury the coach. 3/4 of a length to Ballarat and Clarendon in second place, another 3/4 of a length to St Pat's. On lane 6 in third position. Couple of lengths further back to Ballarat Grammar in fourth place. 3/4 of a length back to the crew from Ballarat and Clarendon in fifth place, and sixth will be St Pat's on lane 7. 5, 4, 1, 2, 3, 6 as I saw it down the page.
Lengths cruise, bow pair rowing.
So just 2 races to go. The race 87 next at 20 past 4 in a couple of minutes' time. The school quad scale Year 9 Division 2, Ballarat High, Damascus College, Ballarat Clarendon, St Pat's and Ballarat Grammar. And then the last race on the program, the Year 9 Division 1 final of the quad scale, St Pat's, Ballarat Clarendon, Ballarat Grammar and Damascus College.
St Pat's going to run.
Still no start yet in race 87. That's the next event on the program, the Year 9 Division 2. The penultimate event today, race 87. We had 90 odd events yesterday, so it's been a big weekend here for the 2-day regatta. Conducted by the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club.
Clarendon Goose. Clarendon Hard check. High School 1 metre. Damascus 1 metre. Clarendon 1 metre. St Pat's Hard check. Damascus Hard check. Clarendon Hard check, Ballarat High 1/2 metre. Grammar hold it back. Damascus 1 metre. St Pat's 1 metre. Clarendon 1 metre. St Pat's Hard check. Clarendon Hard check, High School 1 metre.
See how quickly I can start these guys. Phone time. You do it really quickly when you have to.
And they're racing in the penultimate event today, race 87, the quad scale Year 9 Division 2 final.
Male schoolboy, quad skull, Year 9 Division 1 final.
And the early leader looks like St Patrick's College on lane 5, along with Ballarat Grammar on lane 6. Then back in third place would be Ballarat and Clarendon. Followed a gap back to Damascus College on lane 3 and Ballarat High School on lane 2, bringing up the rear on the south side of the course.
Grammar hard check.
This is the race 87, the unlucky number for the Australian cricket team, 13 off the 100. But not a problem to us here today. St Patrick's College doing it nicely out in front, stroked by Ashton Helsel. Behind him, Tristan Kohulu, James Lund and Flynn Sandland. Out about 3/4 of a length in front of Ballarat and Clarendon through the 500, this 1,000-metre race. Then Damascus College on lane 3 in third position, followed by Ballarat High School, and Ballarat Grammar have dropped back behind the rest of the crews in the final stages of the penultimate race today. St Patrick's College doing it nicely out in front. Just over a length to Ballarat Clarendon. Then another couple of lengths back to Damascus College, just shading Ballarat High School. Then another couple of lengths back to Ballarat Grammar at the rear of the field. This is the school quad scale Year 9 Division 2. All the local schools and the boys competing, except high school. And the crew from St Patrick's College doing it nicely behind their stroke. Ashton Helsel, boxed by Aspen Dodd, right up the front of the boat. Ballarat Clarendon trying very hard behind their stroke, Joseph Belcher, to close the gap over the concluding stages. But Ballarat, the crew from St Patrick's College, holding off the challenge at this stage as they come down to the line. They stop rowing before the line, so the margin's 3/4 instead of 1 length, which it would have been. We're 2.5 lengths further back to Damascus College in third place. Then follows Ballarat Grammar getting up to 4th position ahead of High School in 5th place on lane 2. So all the Ballarat male schools competing in that event. Preparation for the head of the lake on the 26th of February, last Sunday in February. And the last race on the program is underway. 4:25, right on time. Magnificent effort by the competitors as well as the officials of Rowing Victoria. School quad scale Year 9 Division 3. Coming up to the 500-metre mark now is the last race on this 2-day magnificent Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program. We congratulate the committee and the conduct of the regatta, with the Ballarat and Clarendon crew in the lead here. Charlie King, Tiger Williams, Oliver Fumey, Jake Connolly and James Hunter the Cox, John Goodwin the coach. They've gone out to about half a length lead over St Patrick's College, stroked by George Charles, James Oliver the Cox, with behind George, Daniel O'Brien, Eddie Decker and Lockie Torpy. They're coming home strongly, St Pat's. They're really throwing down the gauntlet now to Ballarat and Clarendon. And those two crews have cleared away from the other two. Ballarat Grammar in second, third position on lane 5 and Damascus College on lane 6. But St Pat's, with that long sustained effort now, have taken the lead behind their stroke. George Charles have responded beautifully, and they've gone past Ballarat Clarendon as though they were shot. But now Ballarat Clarendon trying to raise another effort now, and coming back to them and making a race of it. Still about half a length the margin, but St Pat's have come from half a length down to be half a length in front, with a magnificent sprint over the last couple of 100 metres, holding off this challenge now from Ballarat Clarendon, the early leader in the race in the Year 9 Quad Skull Division 1 race 88. It's St Patrick's College down to the line first, 3/4 of a length clear over Ballarat Clarendon in second place. And then a gap back to the other two crews. Ballarat Grammar in third place, about 6 lengths away, and at the rear of the field will be Damascus College. So that concludes the racing today and the two-day regatta conclusion. We thank the officials of Rowing Victoria under the President of the jury, Bill Webster. Our aligner this afternoon was Brooke Parsons. Our umpires were Stephen Spring, Shane Wood, David Grubitz, Rod Florence, Barry Wright, Ross Litchfield, and Deb Spring was our chief judge, assisted by Level Ones, which we thank them very much. And our head of control was Bruce McGuinness.
JJ King hose, steel frame hose. JJ King hose, steel frame hose.
Discover a world of difference at Floor World. We're the friendly experts in the industry with decades of combined experience. No matter where you are in Australia, you're sure to find a store near you with 38 sites nationwide. We offer more than just flooring and pride ourselves on our solid and trustworthy advice.
Don't you love it when people say, I just love your accent? Where are you from? That's your cue to get your Aussie on. Aussie, born and bred, made and owned. A lot like Haynes Paint, really. Born in Ballarat in 1935, Haynes is actually the only major paint brand that's made and owned right here in Australia. What? I know, it's crazy, huh? Who you talking to? Oh, what's that? You want the best quality? You're on. Haynes has been rated best paint by CanStar Blue 5 years in a row. Not 4, not 3, 5! I mean, that's nuts. Oh, you want colour? When you paint with Haynes, you can channel earthy warmth, peaceful zen, softness, vitality, or any other vibe. When you paint on Haynes, you're painting on everything this fantastic fruit salad of a country means to you. Haynes Paint. It's Aussie, and it's the best. So go on, paint on, Australia.
With Optus, you can power the potential of Australians in need. Simply donate your data on My Optus app. It starts with yes.
Are you an under 18 athlete who has some ability in coxing or rowing? then you should consider nominating for the Vic Pathway 8. This gives you an amazing opportunity to meet, train and row with peers and represent your state. Are you a coach who would relish the opportunity of coaching a talented crew? Then you can nominate as coach of the Vic Pathway 8. Interested? Go to the Rowing Victoria website where you will find information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches. Go to the Pathway tab, State Teams and follow through to the Pathway 8 State Team. Coach nominations are due on the 22nd of February and athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early so selectors can monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn Oliver. I am the State Pathway Coordinator for Rowing Victoria.